Testing 1, 2.
The assembly will please come to order. The chief clerk will call a roll.
Assemblyman Acefa. Assemblywoman Backus.
Present.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton. Assemblyman Crillo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Cohen. Assemblyman Daly. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone.
Here.
Assemblywoman Duran. Assemblyman Edwards. Assemblyman Ellison. Assemblyman Ellison. Assemblyman Flores. Assemblyman Fumo.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow. Assemblyman Hathan. Assemblyman Hambrick. Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Hardy. Assemblywoman Howdigi. Assemblyman Kramer. Assemblywoman Krasner. Assemblyman Levitt. Assemblywoman Martinez. Assemblyman McCurdy. Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monk.
Here.
Assemblywoman Neal. Assemblywoman Wynn. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblyman Roberts. Assemblyman Smith. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Wheeler. Assemblyman Yeager. Assemblyman Ellison. Speaker Frierson.
Here. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect that there are 41 members present. There is a quorum.
The record shall so reflect there are 41 members present. There's a quorum. The assembly will please rise for the prayer by Reverend Richard Snyder of the Warm Springs Correctional Facility.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for giving us this new day. We ask for your continuing presence among us. Guide the members of the Nevada Assembly in their discussions and negotiations on the issues facing the people of Nevada during this special session. You have taught us that in returning and rest we shall be saved, in quietness and in confidence shall be our strength. Lift us, we pray, to your presence, where we may be still and know that you are God. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Order of Business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Tuesday, July 14,
Mr. Speaker.
2020.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Speaker, I move the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that the Speaker and Chief Clerk be authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions.
You heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will go to Order of Business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Terry Russell and Michael Cooper, both of KOLO TV, be accepted as an accredited press representative, assigned space at the press table in the Assembly chamber, and allowed use of appropriate broadcasting facilities.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into a committee of the whole.
You've heard that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assembly is resolved into a committee of the whole. Committee will come to order. We have on our agenda for today Assembly Bill 3. And I believe that we have presenters queued up. And while we are waiting to get the verification of presenters already, lay of the land for members, we will hear Assembly Bill 3. We will hear testimony in support and opposition and neutral. Assembly Bill 3 is the unamended Assembly Bill that reflects the budget that we had a review of at the outset of this special session. So this is an opportunity for us to provide this information to the public. To the extent that there are questions, obviously, we will run through those questions. But this is going to be a similar presentation, simply the actual bill being presented. And then we will continue to have discussions amongst our colleagues on modifications to that we will subsequently present in an amendment when we are ready for that.
Mr. Chair, we have many people on. Do you know who we are waiting for?
I believe it may be, is it Sarah Kaufman first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Sarah Kaufman, Legislative Council Bureau, Fiscal Analysis Division. Today, I will be walking you through a crosswalk document that has been prepared for Assembly Bill 3. And so with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present it on the screen.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like the host, oh, here it goes, was disabled. I think I can share now, though. Okay. Are you all able to see the document that I have presented on my screen?
We are. Well,
Perfect, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the division of the Fiscal Analysis Division prepared this document for Assembly Bill 3. As most of you are aware, Assembly Bill 3 is culmination of essentially 3 bills that were approved by the 2019 legislature: the appropriations bill, the authorizations bill, as well as the K-12 funding bill. And so the bill in and of itself was fairly complex and broad in nature. There are a number of areas within the bill where certain items are addressed and discussed. And so what we wanted to do is provide all of you with a document where you could actually see the various areas of interest that you have, and have a document that identified the various sections of Assembly Bill 3 where these particular areas of interest are being discussed. So the first page is a table of contents. And essentially what this document provides is 8 areas of interest within Assembly Bill 3. They essentially make up the operating budgets for the departments, the reductions to K-12 by budget account and by category, the reductions to restricted contingency funds, the fund sweeps or fund transfers, federal fund offsets, reductions to one-time appropriations, enhancements to revenues authorized for certain budgets, and then essentially just a miscellaneous area where there were areas where it just didn't fit in any of those 7 categories, so we identified them at the very back of that document. And so moving on to page 2, this is the first table that's
Mr. Chairman?
Assemblywoman Carlton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies to staff. Could we have a 1-minute recess? We have some difficulties finding the exhibit.
1 minute recess. So that everyone's aware, we're uploading the document that Ms. Kaufman is referring to, so that it's easier for members as well as the public to follow. All right, the assembly will come back to order. For members, the document is uploaded, but it's at the bottom, so don't wait for it to be loaded up at the top, because we're having some technical difficulties getting it moved. So rather than hold that up, if you can look at the exhibit list, it's at the bottom of that list. Okay, I think we're ready to proceed, Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you very much. So again, the first page of the document is a table of contents, and this identifies the 7 tables that are included in this document, as well as some miscellaneous information at the very end of the document. I will walk you through the various tables that are provided. So the first table that is on page 2 relates to budget reductions. And I'd just like to take you through a quick example of how to read this table. So the first column is essentially all of the departments for the executive branch. For example, the first one is the governor's finance office. And in there, this next column identifies the appropriations that were approved by the 2019 legislature. The second column identifies the reductions that are being proposed by the governor. The third column is the revised amount if those reductions were approved. And then the fourth column identifies the percentage of appropriations that were approved by the 2019 legislature, what that percentage reduction is. And then the following column here identifies basically where you can find this information in Assembly Bill 3. So you can find the governor's office information in section 16, which is pages 12 and 13. I would also note too that this last column here relates to the back language that was provided for in the original appropriations bill, which was AB 543. And if any of that back language changed, we identified what the changes were within this section. So for example, you'll see that section 44 of Assembly Bill 3 indicates that there is a reduction in broadband development for schools. And that reduction went from $1 million to $594,973. And so this table flows through to page 3. And you'll note that at the end of the table on page 3, that we've identified $535.9 million worth of operating appropriations that are, but for the most part, that's where that difference is. Moving on to the next table, which is table 2. This provides the reductions for the K-12 budget accounts. Our division wanted to come up with a way to more clearly identify what was being reduced in K-12 rather than just identify it as at the department level. And so if I could just walk you through an example, this particular table is intended to essentially reflect all of the budget reductions for K-12. So reductions to operating expenditures, one-time expenditure or one-time appropriations, and fund sweeps as well. And so just looking at this first example, you'll see that this reduction is related to the distributive school account. And the category that it's being reduced is class size reduction, the $1 million. And this particular reduction can be found in sections 65 and 66 of AB3. And those are located on pages 42 through 44. And so that's very similar to how the rest of this document is laid out. You'll notice that there are a number of different categories for the various budget accounts, and that's because we wanted to make sure that all of the categorical reductions were being identified so they could be easily found. And so this table continues on to page 5 and also page 6. And at the end of the table on page 6, you'll see that the 2019 legislature approved for fiscal year 2021 $507.4 million for K-12. Of that, $11.9 million was balanced forward from fiscal year 20 to 21. There is a recommended reduction to operating general funds of $158.7 million. There's also a recommendation for $12.3 million in one-time appropriations and a reduction of $8.5 million in fund sweeps, all for K-12. So that would result in a revised general fund appropriation of $339.8 million. And you could see here too that similar to the other two, the other table that we've identified, the various sections all related to where these categorical and operating reductions can be found in Assembly Bill 3. The next table, Table 3, identifies restricted IFC contingency fund reductions. And so this is the money that is held in reserve from the IFC for restricted purposes. And the governor is recommending that a total of $26.2 million be reduced for these expenditures. And they include expenditures to Smart 21 system modification, Marcy's Law, the Supreme Court, the Department of Taxation's market facilitators, state public work divisions, Grant Sawyer relocation, and then the Nevada Department of Education's pupil-centered funding plan. The next table identifies fund transfers, or you may have heard it be referred to as fund sweeps. And this particular table identifies the fund or account that is being swept, the balance in the account as of July 8th, 2020, the amount that is being proposed to be swept, and then the percentage reduction. And finally, the section references to Assembly Bill 3 as well as the page numbers. That table continues on to page 9. And you'll note at the end of the table, a total of $113.2 million is being recommended for sweep. Table 5 identifies various areas of the budget where there were general fund appropriations that were originally made by the 2019 legislature that are being proposed to have a funding source change, primarily for CARES Act money. And so you'll see right here, there was a general fund appropriation for the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services Field Service Division of $13.9 million. The governor is recommending CARES Act funds be used in lieu of that general fund. And so that frees up that general fund appropriation. And those can be found then in the following sections. Table 6 identifies all the one-time appropriations that are recommended by the governor. And you'll see that in the first column, it identifies the legislation that enacted the one-time appropriation, the description of the division that, or the program that it was being funded, and then it identifies the total amount that was appropriated for that particular area, the reduction amount, and then the percent reduction. And finally, it identifies the section references as well. And that continues on to page 12. And you'll see that $28.1 million is being recommended for one-time appropriation reductions. The next table relates essentially to accounts that were general funded where the funding source is recommended to be changed, but the particular accounts did not have authority within the 2019 Authorizations Act to effectuate that enhanced revenue source for other funds other than general funds. And so these are essentially accounts that need to have enhanced authority in order to spend the other revenues. And so just to provide that same example with the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, they used to have general fund appropriations allocated. That money is being changed then to CARES Act money. And so that needs to be updated into the Authorizations Act in order to give them the authority to continue spending. And so that's what this table identifies as the authorizations enhancements that are identified in Assembly Bill 3. And finally, this last page essentially just provides the various sections within the statute that provide essentially enabling language. There are certain funds where the legislature needs to be provided the authority to allow them to use the funds for other purposes. And that concludes my presentation on the crosswalk. I do believe Ms. Jones is available to provide the committee with further information regarding Assembly Bill 3.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Are there any questions for Ms. Kaufman before we move on to Ms. Jones? All right, seeing none, Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Cindy Jones. I serve as the Assembly Fiscal Analyst, and thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I think the crosswalk is very helpful. As Ms. Kaufman had indicated, Assembly Bill 3 will make various changes to appropriations and authorizations throughout the state budget in order to towards resolving our budgetary shortfall expected for fiscal year 21 as a result of reduced revenue collections from the pandemic. As she had indicated, there's a number of bills that fold into Assembly Bill 3, including the Appropriations Act, the Authorizations Act, and the K-12 funding bill. In addition, there's a variety of other bills that made one-shot or one-time appropriations and other types of appropriations that are also being reduced throughout this bill. So I'm going to provide a brief walkthrough of the bill in the order that it is presented. I would note, as Ms. Kaufman mentioned, for instance, with K-12 education, you won't find it all in one place in AB3. You'll find pieces of the different changes for the K-12 education budget in various sections. So that's why your fiscal staff thought this crosswalk would be helpful in order to locate all the pieces and changes that are scattered throughout AB3. So with that, I will start at the beginning of the bill. Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the bill eliminate funding for certain expenditures for the Commission on Mentoring, Parole and Probation, and the Lou Ruvo Center for Brain Health. Sections 4 and 5 eliminate $6.5 million that was approved for a 2.5% acute care per diem reimbursement rate increase for neonatal and pediatric intensive care units. Within that section, you will also see a reduction of the companion funding to those general funds that supported that rate increase. Moving on to sections 6 through 4, the Office of Historical Preservation Grant Matching Fund, Outdoor Recreation. Section 11 reduces funding by $1.5 million that was provided to the Department of Health and Human Services for programs to control and prevent the use of tobacco. Sections 12, 13, and 14 altogether are related to the elimination of $205,000 for the School Gardens program. It also eliminates reporting requirements for the current fiscal year, as that funding will no longer be provided. Section 15 of the bill provides the Department of Health and Human Services with new flexibility to transfer appropriations between their various budgets and programs during this fiscal year only, fiscal year 21 that began July 1st, 2020, in order to address the fluctuations that we may continue to experience right now in our health and human services programs due to the unpredictability of the workloads right now. Sections 16 through 48 reduce appropriations that were approved pursuant to the Appropriations Act of the Nevada Legislature for Sections 44 through 51 also make revisions to amounts included in the appropriations bill for a variety of programs, including the conservation credit system, some reductions for the Nevada Department of Corrections, grant procurement, and the military. I would note that Section 51 eliminates programs back related to K-12 education within their budget for financial literacy council and for parent engagement, and were flexible funding that were provided to the school districts. Staff would note in those sections, you will see a reduction per school district. Those amounts were originally approved based on enrollment numbers at the time. So as those reductions are made, they're being reduced equally based on the enrollment numbers at the time. Moving on to sections 55 and 56, this reduces authorizations for the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. This agency receives its funding uniquely because their statutory construct says that they are one-time appropriations made to a variety of programs, including the Adopt Event program, some reductions to the Office of Science, Information, and Technology, awards to the Attorney General's Office for training of victim advocates, and some money for computer literacy programs for the Clark County and Washoe County school districts. Pages 64 to 68 is where you will see a significant amount of the reductions to K-12 education in the categorical programs. As Ms. Kaufman had noted, there is a $18.1 million reduction in the distributive school account for class size reduction. Staff would note that that does not impact the guaranteed per pupil amount that was included in K-12 education. This is a separate categorical that's included inside the distributive school account, but it's not part of that per pupil guarantee. Section 67 makes reductions to other state education programs account, including $31.4 million for the Read by 3 program that you will also see reflected in Section 71. Other reductions include $2.5 million for underperforming turnaround schools, $1.2 million for adult education, and $750,000 for the Nevada Institute of Teaching and Education Preparation, as well as other reductions as found in that Section 72 reduces funding for Zoom and Victory school programs in Section 72 and 73. Moving on to Section 74 through 79, you will see other reductions that are made to categorical funds. And I would note that Section 79 does eliminate all the funding for fiscal year 2021 from 14 accounts totaling $15.6 million, including sweeps from various agencies. I'm sorry, Section 83 to 107 includes sweeps for various agencies. Section 82 was reversion from agencies. I apologize. Sections 109 through 118 provide certain budget accounts with authority to accept other funds, as Ms. Kaufman had indicated. This is where certain programs or budgets were previously funded. Automatic rainy day fund transfer that is 1% of operating revenues. That's an automatic transfer to the rainy day fund every fiscal year. This suspend is constrained. The time is not available to implement that process as we would do during a normal session. And Section 135 finally provides the effective dates of this bill upon passage and approval, except for the teacher supplies and the new education funding, which expire by limitation on June 30th, 2021. Thank you, Speaker Frierson. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I will open it up for questions. Again, recognizing that the members have heard this presentation previously, and while we do intend on providing amendments to make sure that we've adjusted any proposed cuts to reflect priorities of ours, this not being a final product, this is the beginning of the process of hearing that bill. And so I say that for the benefit of both the public and Ms. Jones and Ms. Kaufman, that if there aren't as many questions here today, it's because we asked them during the presentation and between then and now. So Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question actually is to both of you, using Table 5 from the original presentation, and then Ms. Jones, a follow-up of your presentation regarding the Department of Health and Human Services and the $13 million that is going to be substituted with $13 million from the CARES Act. And I just need an accounting explanation on that. So then that number does not come out, so it's a wash from what I'm seeing, but how is it reflected in the overall budget as a negative? So how will that work out? So we don't have a $1.3 billion shortfall because we're backfilling it. We only have a 1.9. I'm just wondering, how does that figure? How do you do that math?
Mr. Speaker, through you to Assemblywoman Titus, it is a funding swap within the budget. So when that budget was approved, those positions for the frontline care, those that work in the field offices, were approved to be supported by general funds. This would remove that appropriation in one place where we reduce the appropriation to the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, and in its place we put an authorization that would allow them to accept a transfer from the CARES Act account that through the purview of the governor's office to replace those funds. According to the CARES Act, guidance on the CARES Act, it is allowable for certain positions, specifically for health and human services and welfare type of services, to be funded 100% from the time the act was implemented and until December 31st with CARES Act dollars. So rather than having to reduce that budget, like other agencies are being reduced, there was an opportunity to swap out that CARES Act funding in place of that and continue operations as they are.
Follow-up, another question,
So
Follow-up.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So thank you for that. And then going on to one of the tables that you gave, the Enhanced Revenue Authority, and you're using NDOW and Diversity and Habitat funds on those. So those funds, just for my reminder to me, I guess, they're not, those funds did not come from licensures, sportsman's license. They came from, you listed in there that they're from the highway fund. How does that work? I'm just trying to look at that transfer. Section 115. And I'm worried about, again, some of these are federal monies, and just wondering how we can transfer those.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sarah Kaufman for the record. It's my understanding that swap for general fund appropriations and sportsman's revenues. So the offset of general fund appropriations to NDOW would be for the sportsman's revenues.
I'm sorry, you were cutting out a little bit on that when you presented that. So you're saying that these funds were from general revenue, or are they all from sportsman's licensure? And again, the federal funds were then the backfill to that? I didn't hear what you had to say. It just broke up.
Yes, for the record, Sarah Kaufman, Legislative Council Bureau. So the 2019 legislature provided for general fund appropriations of certain expenditures for the Department of Wildlife. And as part of the governor's recommendations, they proposed swapping out some of those general fund appropriations with sportsmen's revenues.
And so does this, I thought that was pretty specific with the sportsman's revenue, what they could be used for. So does this then, this document would then change what those funds could be used for? Because that's in statute somewhere else.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Assemblywoman Titus, it was my understanding that originally these expenditures were funded with sportsmen's revenues prior to the 2019 legislative session. However, during that particular point in time, it was determined that general fund appropriations would be used for those purposes.
Yeah, and to Speaker and Assemblywoman Titus, this bill does not change the permissible uses. As Ms. Kaufman indicated, the agency had identified costs that were supported with general fund appropriations that met the statutory definition, you know, in their recommendation to us that they could be supported with sportsmen's revenue.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, I won't belabor that, but I'd sure like to see more details in that particular statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Chair. My question's probably for Ms. Jones. I'm looking at section 15, and this gives the permissive language to the Department of Health and Human Services to transfer money between the programs in accordance with NRS 353.220. And my specific question is, if the department finds that there's an unfunded program that may become a need down the road, and they had extra money in another program, would they be able to transfer those funds to a program that may not be funded or funding being eliminated through AB3, so long as they're doing it in accordance with NRS 353.220?
Mr. Speaker, Assemblywoman Backus, that is correct. Those changes or the moving of those funds would have to be upon the recommendation of the governor and within meeting certain thresholds that are included in the Budget Act, would be under the purview of the Interim Finance Committee as well to approve the movement of those. This allows that movement of general funds from one account to another to be allowed statutorily for this current fiscal year beyond what is normally allowed in agency accounts. However, it is still subject to approval of the governor and the Interim Finance Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Other questions of the body? Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank our fiscal staff for this crosswalk document. For those of us who are not on Ways and Means, and for those in the general public, this is extraordinarily helpful to try to digest a very large budget bill, and I can't imagine how much time it must have taken to put this together. So I just want to say thank you. It has made understanding this bill so much easier.
Thank you. Any other questions of the body? Assemblyman Kramer. And as he's making his way up, I'll remind folks, we have 3 people monitoring the email. I just don't want to miss anybody, so if you have a question, if you can email it, then I won't move on and leave you behind.
Yes, my question deals with on AB3, page 34, where it talks about the 6% reduction in reimbursement to providers for Medicaid. Boy, that's a tough one. I see clinics that go out of business because there are just too many people needing help, and there's too much the expenses are high, and they don't have the money to provide it, and some have actually gone out of business, and others are threatening that. So my question is, with the GMAT, the MMAT rather, I'm saying it wrong. FMAP, increase of, to 6.2% greater reimbursement from the feds. And that looks like, we don't know yet, but it looks like that may be continued another quarter. I just have a tough time seeing that, and I just, I'd like to know, we had the statement from the director of HHS saying that he thought he could get by without reducing that 6% if that FMAP came through again. How sure are those numbers? And I'd like some confirmation that that's actually necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Jones?
Assemblywoman Kramer. Thank you. Yes, the FMAP is temporarily increased by 6.2% for this quarter, and that added about $30 million, without which cuts might have been more throughout different areas of the state budget. Staff has no knowledge if that FMAP increase will be continued the additional quarter, which would be worth another approximately $30 million as well. If that funding does come in, like other federal grants that are brought before IFC on a regular basis, the additional funds can be brought to IFC to accept those grant funds. And based on the recommendations of the governor and what IFC chooses to approve, they can approve whatever restorations or changes to the program that they deem fit. But at this point in time, we just do not have any confirmation one way or the other, any comfort one way or the other, whether that additional 30 million will be received.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Jones and Ms. Kaufman. We are going to go, there we go. We're going to go to the lines and allow anyone wishing to offer testimony and support to do so via the phone line.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we please start with testimony in support of the bill? To testify in support, please press *9 on your phone and we will take callers in order. Mr. Speaker, currently we have a couple of people in support and we are going to take callers in order. Caller with the last 3 digits of 117. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You are now unmuted and may begin.
And for the speaker, before you start, if I can state, because I didn't know how many we had in the queue, we will designate equal time for support, opposition, and neutral position, up to an hour each, up to. So caller, if you could, again, state your name and spell it and provide your 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened to the caller, Mr. Speaker, so we'll go on to the next one. Caller with the last three digits of 001. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hi. Hi, this is Stacie Aranda, S-T-A-C-I-E, Aranda, A-R-A-N-D-A, and I would like to urge the lawmakers to suspend standardized testing, SLOs, and star ratings for our schools. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more callers in support of the bill? Please press star 9 to testify. We're going to say caller with the last three digits of 024. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hi, first name Sulabh, S-U-L-A-B-H. Last name Shroff, S-H-R-O-F-S. Am I okay to proceed?
Please proceed.
Okay. I am a pediatric dentist in Southern Nevada. I am concerned about the impact that this budget cut will have to dentistry for children in Nevada.
And
I
just
would
so,
strongly
sir,
urge you to...
Sir, just so we stay organized,
go ahead.
is this testimony in support?
No, I'm sorry. I chimed in at the wrong time.
Okay, we
This
will
was
get back
in
to
opposition.
opposition when we get through the support. We'll just go in order, so hang tight, okay?
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next caller in support of the bill, please press star 9. Okay, we're going to take caller with the last three digits of 070. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I do apologize for that. I'm not sure where the caller went. They must have hung up. So that, do I have anyone else in support of the bill? Please press star 9 on your phone to testify. Mr. Speaker, it appears that no one else is raising their hand to testify at this time.
Thank you. We will now move to those wishing to offer testimony in opposition to AB 3.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes to offer testimony in opposition.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Assembly. My name is Dr. Tyree Davis, T-Y-R-E-E, first name, last name, D-A-V-I-S. I'm the Chief Dental Officer with Nevada Health Centers. Our mission is to provide access to quality healthcare service throughout Nevada. We're Nevada's largest federally qualified health center, and we've been operating in Nevada since 1977. We currently operate 18 centers and 3 mobile programs throughout the state. In the calendar year 2019, we had over 12,000 individual dental services for the adult Medicaid program, and 8,000 of these were in Elko alone. Cuts to Medicaid services will enhance the burden on a patient population that's already at a disadvantage in terms of access to care and affordability. Included in this budget reduction will be the loss of dental service for young adults and seniors. There are patients who've had their teeth removed and are in dire need of replacing these teeth with dentures and partial dentures. If these reductions apply to this group of patients, they will be in desperate need of regaining their ability to eat and maintain proper nutrition. Additionally, there are parents who are out of work and have lost their insurance benefits and will need resources such as Medicaid to help them manage their dental needs. The need to maintain oral health will not stop because of budget cuts. Rather, it will force individuals to seek care at other more expensive locations such as emergency rooms or go without. The last thing that should happen at this time is that we burden an already overworked emergency department with the dental issues when their attention should be focused on the current pandemic. Good oral health is directly correlated with good overall health and well-being, and by removing adult dental coverage, some patients will choose to go without care and may experience other costly systemic health issues as a result. This could create a large downstream expenses for the Medicaid program, especially on the medical side. Providers also need to treat patients of all ages to develop and maintain their skill set. Otherwise, FQHCs will have difficulty recruiting providers. And finally, the COVID pandemic has created an unprecedented challenge for everyone, and state budget cuts are no exception. But we should be very cautious about balancing the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable and disenfranchised populations in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 612. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Paula Cook. I am PaulaCook. I'm an occupational therapist living in Summerlin and secretary of the Nevada Occupational Therapy Association. I'm calling to represent the interests of 1,600 occupational therapy practitioners in the state of Nevada. We are strongly against Assembly Bill number 3. We treat so many patients with Medicaid. We see elderly, people with disabilities, and adults on Medicaid who get OT services are people with stroke, COPD, mental health issues, MS, other neurological, orthopedic, cognitive, cardiac, and mental health disorders. Research has shown that occupational therapy is the only spending category that reduces hospital readmission rates. We assess home safety. We make people safer in their homes. We do caregiver training, evaluate people for assistive devices that they might need, assess cognition, and we help decrease falls. If we reduce, or rather, as the bill suggests, if we eliminate occupational therapy services for adults on Medicaid, Nevada residents will be less safe in their homes. We're all spending much more time in our homes these days. This will hurt Nevada residents. We help people be safer in their homes, and eliminating occupational therapy services for adults on Medicaid will be detrimental. I'm going to echo the MD and the dentist who spoke earlier that this will lead to other more expensive or neglected areas of addressing or not addressing their healthcare needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 117. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
H-A-E-L-G-U-S-S, and I'm calling to testify in the strongest possible opposition to this bill, which I think is one of the worst pieces of legislation that have come before this body since 1880, when this state left mining off the hook. We're asking nurses and doctors and teachers and firefighters and government employees and janitors who are on the front lines of fighting against COVID to bear the entire burden, because we can't ask a billionaire who's in line for a $2.4 billion bonus, $1.3 billion of which has been paid by the governor's office of economic development in the forms of tax incentives to pay his fair share. I ask this body to vote no. Further, I ask members of this body and members of the other body who are government employees to put themselves first, to lay off themselves first, rather than it always falling on the people. Those of us out here who are working every day, sometimes day and night, to make sure that we defeat this god-awful pandemic. I ask you to say, if we have to lay anybody off, lay me off. A lot of you are lawyers and can hang a shingle. And you know what? What I advise you to do, if you do that, and I would commend you if you did, is to hang a shingle, get into bankruptcy law, because if this bill passes in its current form, bankruptcy law is the future of Nevada. It will bankrupt every working Nevadan, and I hope that you all have the courage to at least amend it and hopefully just vote it down, because it is a horrible plan for our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 550. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, my name is Terry Chandler. It's TerriChandler. Dear Senators and members of the Assembly, I'm a dental hygienist and I'm the administrator of Nevada's largest school-based dental health program, Future Smiles. Our program serves 60,000 low-income children in the Clark County School District. The language in AB 3 to limit dental benefits for children under the age of 21 will be devastating to our struggling families and their children. A more strategic approach would be to focus on dental services that address dental disease prevention, like dental sealants, fluoride treatment, superdiamine fluoride, and intermediate restorative treatment. These services are low cost and can mitigate dental disease. If Nevada fails to provide some sort of disease management and safety net, our low-income families will tragically spiral into a health crisis and only being able to go to the hospital emergency room for critical care. One COVID-19 strategy is to limit emergency hospital use, but AB 3 will only increase that risk. Furthermore, dental disease can place individuals at high risk for COVID-19 by compromising the immune system and creating an inflammation. Dental disease, and we're talking about tooth decay and cavities. It is a chronic condition that does not resolve itself. It is a disease process. Instead, dental disease must be repaired to stop the progress of the disease and tooth damage. I ask you, have you ever had a toothache? Have you ever needed a root canal? If you answer yes, you understand the pain associated with dental disease. This is the pain that you, our state leaders, are asking our most vulnerable children to live with by supporting the dental coverage limitations in AB 3. As dental professionals, we are obligated by our code of ethics to provide dental treatment to address dental disease diagnosis, a comprehensive exam and x-rays, which is what you're suggesting that you will cover. But the language in AB 3 will only allow for what is medically necessary in the EPSD evaluation. A critical point to keep in mind is that the profession of dentistry, dental professionals, they are obligated to treat disease once it's been diagnosed. It is our goal to avert ongoing infections that can be life-threatening. The language in AB 3 is placing dental professionals in a moral compromise if they are not allowed to professionally address and treat the disease.
And ma'am, if you
Please
could start to
consider
wind
the
down, we're
language.
beyond the 2 minutes.
Okay. I just ask that you look at the monetary cap that could be possible to help manage the state budget. And we appreciate all the work that you're putting in, and thank you for your consideration for changes to this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the next three digits of 564. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Durante, first name T-O-M, last name D-U-R-A-N-T-E. I worked in both the forensic and civil mental health system programs in Nevada throughout my 30-year career as a licensed clinical social worker. I retired last year, but I currently serve on the boards of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NESW, the National Association of Social Workers, and Hope's Clinic. These experiences have proved to me that we need to continue to fund mental health services throughout our state. I'm extremely concerned regarding any cuts to the programs that serve this vulnerable population. Nevada's programs are already offered, were already offered at a very bare bones level of care. Further cuts, including and especially to housing programs, will contribute to higher homelessness, incarceration, and suffering in our community, as well as increased long-term costs. Please reconsider cuts to mental health programs throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the next 3 digits of 150. Please slowly pronounce both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
My name is Cassidy Brown, Cassidy Brown. I'm a father of a girl that is going to kindergarten next year. And with all the cuts proposed to education, it has me concerned. With the current pandemic, the students are already 7 months behind, and by reducing the funding for class size reduction, we're not only putting our children at risk, but also the parents and the rest of our society at risk for further spreading this and causing more economical damage. I just want you to reconsider the classroom reduction measures, and yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 725. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jenny Snaza, JennySnaza. I am a parent and a teacher. I'm a parent of an incoming kindergartner, and I am calling to urge you to strongly reconsider budget cuts to education. Our schools were already suffering so much due to chronic underfunding, and further cuts will be devastating to the mission of schools, teachers, the future of all of our children. Teachers are fixers. They'll look to find solutions, but there's only so much that we can do. And we've been really just pushed to the tipping point. I'm really afraid that without proper funding and reduced class sizes, teachers are going to leave the profession and be unable to provide the essential services that hold our communities together. I know that we're in an unprecedented situation, but budget cuts will create further unnecessary trauma for our children. I urge you to cut standardized testing for this school year, as testing when you don't have the necessary supports in place also creates trauma for children. And this is an area where we might be able to, look at the budget in a better way. I urge you to talk about SLOs for teachers, and then also look at our star ratings and what they're doing to our schools and our communities. I hope that you'll work with groups like Empower Nevada Teachers and our unions to try to make solutions. These are not cuts that are reflective of what teachers want and need and what parents need. Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 529. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Apamungo, Sara, last name Afuhaamango. I am a teacher for Washoe County School District and a parent of a child in the Washoe County School District, and I am in strong opposition of this bill. You are losing teachers by the minute, incredible teachers who will do anything for these kids, but you need to stop cutting our funding and taking it away from the kids who need it. You need to cut standardized testing. It's biased. It does not do anything for our students or our schools, and they've missed a quarter of the education that they need to even take those tests. So the data is worthless.
It's not going to do any good. It's going to take time away from important class time learning. And it's taking all of the money, the time, the resources of all of the teachers administering the test. Stop it. Just cut the standardized testing, the district testing. It's a waste of money. Stop with the star rating. Stop comparing us to each other. Just be in this for the students. They need to get a break. They need to get into a classroom and learn, and let us just teach them. You need to find new ways to get funding. First off, mining. Get the money from them. Stop taking it away from your future kids, from the kids who are going to be your future. You need to worry about them. The tests don't mean anything. Stop lowering our funding. I am a member of the union. I am on Empower Nevada Teachers. Start listening to us and realize that we are serious, and you need to relook at this bill and stop taking funding away from our kids.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 744. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Janet Crosswhite, JanetCrosswhite. I am a dental hygienist in Southern Nevada. I echo my colleagues before me. I am expressing my opposition for AB3. This bill will be very devastating to our community as expressed. Oral care is very necessary for the human race. Studies show the correlation between poor oral hygiene and systemic illnesses, that can lead to death. As a provider of dental services, it is my responsibility to educate the community on how the importance of able to obtain and maintain a healthy lifestyle. Unfortunately, individuals experiencing poverty are the first to experience barriers to care that prevent them from receiving the necessary care. To live a healthy lifestyle, preventative services are very needed, and they help to reduce systemic illnesses, which will reduce a lot of the spending. Restorative and major services are needed to obtain a healthy lifestyle. Please, I humbly ask you to please reconsider this bill and continue to provide the services that are needed in our community. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 794. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin now. Caller with the last three digits of 797. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now. Moving on to the next caller. Caller with the last three digits of 024. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Name Sulab, Sulabh. Last name Shroff, Shroff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a pediatric dentist here in Southern Nevada. I also serve as the current president to our Nevada Academy of Pediatric Dentistry. And most importantly, I work in an office that would be heavily impacted by these budget cut proposals. I want a moment to speak to the utter devastation it would bring to thousands of children in our community. My office currently sees approximately 95 to 98% of kids covered by Medicaid. As it stands, I have about a 3-week wait time to be treated in the office and about 3 to 4 months wait time to treat them in the surgery center. The sad truth is, many of these families that bring their children to us do not practice proper oral hygiene habits. They're not aware of the damage that's caused by sugary diets. And in many cases, sometimes they only seek out dental care when the problem arises. Being able to offer preventative services like cleanings and fluoride has helped to keep our own dental emergency curve flattened. Even at the current reimbursement rates for many of our dental procedures, many dentists have opted not to be a provider for these patients with Medicaid. The consequences of these budget cuts, capping the coverage and only allowing for comprehensive exams and x-rays and medically necessary treatment does not go far enough, and it will severely hinder these patients' access to care. Dentists will quickly be disincentivized and discouraged to take part, and for the few people like myself that are in this specialty exclusively for children, we will become overwhelmed with patients who are in pain and parents that are frustrated that we won't be able to treat them. I would also like to speak to the importance of having a dental benefits administrator like Liberty, who has taken the time to work with the providers and made a positive advances in motivating patients to establish a dental home. Choosing to terminate a DBA contract now would be adding fuel to the fire. Another critical component to treating children for tooth decay is maintaining access to hospitals and outpatient surgery centers. We treat infants and baby bottle rot, teenagers with severe autism, and countless other types of children who won't cooperate and have negative behavior that prohibit treatment in our dental offices. It is imperative and adequate that these facility fees be maintained and hospitals and surgery centers stay accessible to us.
And sir, if you could start to wind down, we're almost into 3 minutes. If you like, you can provide written testimony.
Okay.
And we'll certainly make that part of the record as well.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to voice strong opposition to AB3 and its proposed cuts. We thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Next caller, 3 digits of 597. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You are now unmuted and may begin.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Eddy. Spelled Jacqueline. Last name is spelled Eddy. I am a school psychology doctoral student at UNLV and the mother of a CCSD second grader, and I am adamantly opposed to AB3. This bill negatively impacts student education in Nevada. As a first-generation Latinx student, I have benefited from the services offered at UNLV, such as mental health counseling, advising, and tutoring. AB3 places these services in jeopardy and in turn jeopardizes student success. Budget cuts would also impact the cost of higher education, as we would likely see an increase in student fees. This would have a negative impact on students who are in the low SES category. Furthermore, AB3 negatively impacts our most important population, children. Cuts to Read by 3 and social emotional programming will have devastating, long-lasting effects on their development. These budget cuts perpetuate disproportionality in higher education and in K through 12. I urge you all to weigh the impact of this decision and how it will affect the future of all Nevada students, K through 12 and in higher ed. As a single mother, I recognize that there are many challenges that we're facing right now. But rather than punishing children and punishing students and punishing education with these budget cuts, I urge you all to consider increasing taxes for mining companies and using that money to fund mental health, to fund all of the previous callers who've discussed the dental and Medicaid. These services are important and they are necessary to the future of all Nevadans. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 400. You can please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Angela Golden. I am a dental hygienist in Northern Nevada. I also speak to attest this bill and keep Medicaid in place for not only dental, but also all of the other services that we provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 070. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
My name is Dr. Roy Delap, ROYDELAPPD. I'm the owner of Kid Dental. We have 3 locations, one in Reno, Sparks, and Carson City. We also have a hospital program treating kids under general anesthesia for their dental needs. Our practices are limited treatment of children. We treat about 30,000 visits a year, and over 90% of our kids have dental Medicaid. We're likely one of the largest providers in Northern Nevada. For the past 14 years, I've dedicated myself solely to the treatment of children at risk in Northern Nevada. The reimbursement rates for dental Medicaid in Nevada for services have been stagnant for the past 21 years. These rates were created in 1999 and haven't increased 1 penny since then. So 6% cut is very large, especially given that our other expenses have gone up annually, rent, COVID expenses, et cetera. There's going to be several bad outcomes from these rate decreases. One, many providers are going to stop taking Medicaid-insured patients for dental treatment. 2, large increases in wait time for treatment. 3, a big jump in dental-related visits to the room-to-room that costs 10 times more to treat than an office. A big jump in kids needing to be treated under general anesthesia at the hospital, again, very expensive. 5, large increases in days absent from school due to pain relating to delayed treatment. Dental-related pain issues are the #1 medical reasons kids miss days of school. 6, this will disproportionately land on the shoulders of children of color. 7, there will be large increases in the suffering of children from chronic dental pain and infections. So I ask you to please limit or cancel any proposed cuts to Medicaid dental coverage. Our children's health and well-being depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 294. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello, yes, my name is Tania Leal, Tania, last name Leal. I am a faculty member at UNR, a higher ed institution that would be negatively affected by this bill. I urge you to oppose AB3 because the proposed cuts will be damaging to K-12 and higher education in Nevada, as they will directly undermine the ability of faculty and staff to serve the students in our state. Even before the current crisis, education has suffered from perennial underfunding, as everybody knows, which has forced public schools and universities to cut staff and faculty and raise tuition and student fees at our universities. This bill would aggravate this already dire situation for many of them. Moreover, state support for public four-year colleges is currently billions below 2008 levels nationally due to the recession, and the support has not yet recovered. AB3 would set us back even further. It is also important to note that my institution, UNR, serves many minority students, first-generation students, and students in vulnerable populations who rely on our services. They will be directly affected because faculty and staff will be asked to do more with less, but there is no way this will not affect instruction and the preparation of our future Nevada's professionals. The furlough will already be difficult to manage for many faculty and staff, in no small part because faculty has not had merit raises for almost a decade. So I beg you to please consider alternatives. Further cuts to NC might mean higher ed institutions will have to cut programs and punish faculty and staff with more furloughs or worse layoffs. For this reason, I oppose additional cuts to higher education in NC. I hope you do too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the callers that are in opposition of the bill, again, please press *9 to raise your hand up to be called on. We're going to take the next caller with the last three digits of 982. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
My name is Robin Reedy, ROBIN, REEDY.
DY. I'm the Executive Director of NAMI Nevada, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'd like to note that I concur with the Nevada Psychiatric Association letter against AB3. I would add that when we talk about cuts to the DHHS budget, it is easy to see that these cuts directly affect those individuals and families who are dealing with mental health conditions. But I want to be very clear. Mental health issues are in every cut you're looking and considering today. So when you cut behavioral health funding at DHHS during a pandemic, you are exacerbating cuts being made elsewhere. When you freeze positions, people who had hoped to get jobs won't. Employees who are already stressed and overworked continue to be. When you reduce Medicaid reimbursements, we will have even fewer providers able to stay in business to provide services. When you reduce the courts or law enforcement budgets, you're cutting what is in essence the largest mental health providers in the state. Over 3/4 of those that have addictions are known to have co-occurring disorders of mental health conditions. When you cut problem gambling or funds to help drug and alcohol conditions, you are cutting mental health. Mental health conditions are only going to be on the rise, just as this virus is on the rise. We need to really look at what COVID-19 is doing now on the ground and to look toward what will or should be open and where dollars should go over the next year. Thank you all for your time and effort.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 570. Please slowly pronounce both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Thank you. My name is Leah Cartwright, LEACARTWRIGHT, calling today on behalf of the Nevada Psychiatric Association. We echo Ms. Reed's comments from NAMI as well. We are in opposition to the budget cuts to mental health services proposed in AB3. We recognize the unimaginable challenge of the situation, but the breadth of mental health cuts requires immediate attention. Our written letter submitted to the committee addresses 3 areas: the hollow comfort of vacancy savings, the inevitable transfer of treatment from the mental health system to the criminal justice system, and the current wait list for services, some of which are already frozen. While vacancy savings seem attractive for cuts, the already inadequate staffing leads to unused treatment beds, increased ER visits, and more contact with law enforcement. These cuts will be devastating for a population already facing barriers to care in a state ranked 51st in the nation by Mental Health America. Not only will Nevadans as a whole face a mental health crisis brought on by COVID-19 factors, but this will be especially harmful for a Medicaid population living with serious mental illness. These Nevadans will lose the last strand of their safety net as housing support disappears and access to treatment decreases, often leaving it to the criminal justice system to be the last resort for needed services. Imprisonment is not mental health care. Nevada has a choice to make in how we care for those most in need during this crisis. And we urge you to think creatively to restore mental health funding and lessen the impact of these cuts on the mental health crisis for those who cannot be here to advocate for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits of 002. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
My name is Dr. Patricia Prada, PATRICIAPRADA. I am testifying in opposition of this bill. I am a practicing pediatric dentist for the last 27 years. I have been practicing in Las Vegas for the last 16 years with the Absolute Dental. We are the largest Medicaid provider in the state of Nevada. Our role as pediatric dentists is to prevent caries, maintain oral health, restore the oral health of the children, and to treat children that cannot be treated by a general dentist due to their young age, poor behavior, or mental or physical disabilities that can only be treated properly under general anesthesia at a surgery center or hospital. Children that suffer from a toothache can develop a life-threatening infection. They cannot eat properly. They cannot concentrate at school, cannot sleep, cannot interact with other children. They suffer in silence. I am here to speak in behalf of those who cannot speak up for themselves, the children. The state is cutting the dental benefits to a minimum. consequently putting the children's health at risk, especially now when the emergency rooms at hospitals are bombarded with COVID-19 critical patients. In previous Medicaid medical hospital fee cuts for dentistry hospitalizations and ER visits due to a tooth abscess went up from once every other year to 3 to 4 per month. And this is what I experienced in my private practice, not counting the rest of the Las Vegas. Putting a family at risk while they're trying to get access to care in the ER is not the ethical decision for anyone, especially for the vulnerable and underprivileged. The state needs to step back and realize that dental health is not worth any less than mental and physical health. They all go together. One cannot be sustained without the other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 050. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and may begin.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
You
Please
may
proceed.
begin.
Yes. My name is Dr. Keith Magruder. That is KEITH MC, capital GRUDER. And my comments are on the proposed reduction and elimination to Medicaid dental services. I work for Absolute Dental. I've been in practice now for about 20 years, private and public, and I've served the community for the majority of my dental career. I'm concerned right now. I am in the northern Nevada, Reno area, and I see a high volume of Medicaid patients, children and adults. They come into my location on a regular basis, Monday through Friday, in pain, kids and adults. And I am blown away by the state that is of Nevada potentially cutting the services of my kids and adults. I see several that are homeless that walk early morning in the area that I work, and they come knocking on my door when I'm there at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, because they see that I'm there, and I tell them we open up at 8 o'clock. It concerns me when I see facial swelling, and I tell them, please go to the emergency room, renowned St. Mary's. It blows my mind now that we're trying to cut the services. I just want to let you know that right now I'm kind of at a point, I was flabbergasted, blown away by hearing that the state is ready to cut these services. I don't get it. They're in pain. Kids coming in with their parents where they need the services. I get overwhelmed at times where all I have to do at that point in time is write for pain medication and antibiotics, and I either need to get them in, take care of them on a later date, or see them on the spot and try to take care of them.
And sir, if you could wind down, and if you want to otherwise provide testimony to submit in writing, we can make sure to include it in the record, but we are approaching 3 minutes and have other folks in the queue that we want to make sure have time to testify as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time, and we just need to take care of these patients.
Thank you very much.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 486. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hi, good afternoon. Alex Marks, ALEX-MARKS with the Nevada State Education Association. We always recommend listening to what educators have to say, so that's what I'm going to do this afternoon and read a couple comments from educators opposed to AB3. One reads that I'm a second grade teacher and I'm prepping the school year, spending my own money to collect safety supplies for me and my classroom as well as my children. This includes masks, face shields, and Clorox wipes if I can find them. I'm prepping by updating my living trust and life insurance policy as well. I want to teach in person, but I'm worried the safety of returning will be underfunded. Nevada educators want to get back to their classrooms and school sites more than anyone else, but the phrase back to school now means something entirely new. It means returning to schools that are better and safer for educators. We need the time and resources to open up safely so that we can do that. Another letter reads, as a teacher with 31 years of experience in the education field, I've been very dismayed about the overuse of standardized testing. Many of the current teachers with whom I speak tell me that all they're doing is teaching to a test and they do not approve of it at all. Also, basing a teacher's evaluation on these tests is not appropriate for many reasons, and the $16 million that are spent on these tests could be better used wisely. In the time of crisis, we have to prioritize and be flexible. If there were ever a time for you to trust educators and to be professionals and do their jobs to the best of their abilities, this is that time. Facing hybrid and online schedules means significantly less time spent in critical face-to-face instruction. I do not want to spend my time worrying about standardized tests and administering those tests. They do not enhance the education of my students. I trust my child's teacher to use those precious face-to-face time to maximize their learning. Please do the same and trust us. Please trust me to do everything in my power to provide the best possible education to my students. You do not need standardized tests to measure that. With tough budget decisions ahead, I strongly urge you to consider using that $16 million, spent on student testing, which mostly benefits testing companies to help schools open safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Caller with the last three digits of 122. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Chairman Frierson and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Katie Ryan, Katieryan, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for Dignity Health St. Rose Dominican. We have submitted a comment letter, so I'll be very brief. I believe there's been some miscommunication out there about the amount of money that we've received in federal relief. This funding has not been a windfall for us. It helped keep our doors open. Despite utilization of elective procedures and our emergency departments being down exponentially, hospitals' costs have only gone down less than 0.5% due to increased safety protocols and PPE usage that all hospitals and providers have implemented. We understand this is in an unprecedented time and difficult decisions need to be made, but we are the industry that has answered the call to saving lives during this pandemic, and making cuts to our already incredibly low Medicaid reimbursement at a time like this is catastrophic. Like what was said in our letter and during previous public comment, we have no idea what the next 6 months will bring, and we'll need all the financial help we can get to make sure we can keep our doors open. We are willing to do anything we can to work through these issues, either during this special session or in the 2021 legislative session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 577. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Chris Daly, CHRISDALY, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. Entering this special session, NSEA called on any budget balancing plan to include at least $1 of new revenue for any dollar cut from public education, a shared sacrifice. AB3 would make deep and difficult cuts to public education without raising revenue. NSEA is opposed. Last week, hundreds of educators helped kick off the special session by lining the streets from the legislature to the Capitol with the clear call to fund healthy schools. Educators chanted, "Be brave, be bold. New revenue is the way to go." While we appreciate the plan implemented by AB3 preserves per pupil base K-12 education funding and Zoom and Victory schools, both NSEA priorities, it also includes $156 million in very painful cuts to K-12 public education. Class size reduction, read by grade 3, weighted funding for English learners and at-risk students, all painful cuts. Any budget balancing plan passed by the legislature should include at least $1 of new revenue for any dollar cut. We recognize raising revenue is not easy, but not to do so will make it impossible for schools to follow state health and safety guidelines when reopening. For example, Nevada has the largest class sizes in the country.
and the cuts to class size reduction would otherwise help schools figure out physical distancing in overcrowded classrooms. Money cut from school equity programs will erase years of work to meet the needs of the most vulnerable students. But revenue is possible. While hundreds of thousands have lost their jobs during this crisis, 11 Nevada billionaires saw their combined net worth jump by over $11 billion. Meanwhile, Nevada is the world's 5th largest producer of gold, which recently hit a 9-year high, yet the mining industry pays very little in state taxes. In terms of alternate cuts, we offer over $16 million in general funds that are appropriated for student assessments like the SBAC. This is an example of a possible cut that would actually make policy sense, as the old accountability system of student assessments, star ratings, and evaluations have failed to foster the improvements in achievement or student engagement they were intended to deliver. With continued reliance on these old schemes during COVID-19, students and educators will have counter incentives to come to school and sick, teach to test instead of teaching and reinforcing health and safety, and maximize numbers and time in classrooms, even when outside the guidelines.
And Mr. Daly, if you could wind down, we're at about 2.5 minutes.
For Nevada students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 358. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hi, my name is Selena, S-E-L-E-N-A, LaRue, L-A space capital R-U-E. I'm a Nevada teacher and an NSCA member, and all I can say is, how dare you? How dare you cut education in Nevada again? How dare you balance our budget on the backs of our children again? And how dare you ignore the voices of thousands of Nevadans who are begging for creative new approaches and instead bury your heads in the sand again? You have had thousands of emails, hundreds of in-person protesters, and hours of public comment begging you to be brave and be bold and raise new revenue. This is a solution that will solve this budget crisis without actively harming our children. But what have you done instead? What courageous actions have you taken as the leaders of a state in crisis? You have asked the federal government for more money while refusing to raise your own. Wow, is that what qualifies as leadership these days? Instead of listening to your constituents and rising to the occasion as leaders in a historic crisis, you have passed the buck to someone else while you actively make decisions that will harm the children of your community. You can point your finger to Mitch McConnell all you want, but ultimately it is the people in this room who will vote to defund our education system, not anyone in Washington. If we must have cuts, we are requesting cuts to assessment, SLOs, and star rating systems, which wouldn't be as harmful as the cuts you are proposing today. Educators and parents across the state have called for a moratorium on standardized testing this year. Testing will be both wildly inaccurate and actively harmful to our students during this pandemic. Yet, there have been 0 cuts to assessment. Why are you cutting from Read by 3 and classroom size reduction in the midst of a pandemic, but won't even consider the $16 million that are sitting there ripe for the taking? As a social studies teacher, I firmly believe in the power of an informed and active citizenry. I teach my students that every vote and every voice matters. This session is proving all of those core beliefs dead wrong. So far, we have seen that you can organize protests in the hundreds, send letters in the thousands, but if you aren't a millionaire with a fat checkbook, your legislators could care less what you have to say. I'm asking you to be better, to fulfill the leadership role you were elected to serve. Listen to your electorate, lead with courage, and do what is right for Nevada education by stopping these dangerous and short-sighted cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 033. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. My name is Sonia Kretschmer. That is SONIA Kretschmer. I am a high school teacher in the Washoe County School District, and I would like to echo all of the previous comments regarding education. I've been an educator for 7 years, and during this time have seen nothing but cuts being taken from education over and over again. And that is exactly what we're doing. Instead of listening to our constituents, instead of listening to our teachers and to our comments, you are taking your own actions, misguided by your own thoughts. Assessment SLOs and star ratings will not be accurate. They will not be accurate this year. They are hardly accurate to begin with. They are not accurate because of the hybrid model that we are forcing our students and teachers to partake in. They will not be accurate if we go into distance learning. I urge you to change this legislation and to be bold and to take those cuts from assessments and star ratings instead of taking it from our students, from class size allocations, and from the teacher reimbursement fund. We are already spending so much of our own money on education supplies and now on sanitary supplies, hand sanitation, face masks, face shields, in order to provide a safe environment for our students. And we ask that you do the right thing today and listen to our educators and to the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 540. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
My name is Kalen Evans. That's CALENEVANS. My name, I am a member of the NSCA Grassroots Task Force and also president of Empower Nevada Teachers. I'm calling in today not only as a member of these organizations, but as a parent and a voter. Nevada lawmakers have an opportunity to show some real courage and start tackling the systemic issues facing education that existed long before this pandemic ever occurred. But it seems that the best we can get from those that we as educators helped elect in the first place is a resolution to the federal government and budget cuts. Education was underfunded and under-resourced prior to these proposed cuts, and now we're just going to further cripple an already broken system. And then to top it all off, lawmakers aren't seriously considering suspending standardized testing SLOs and school star ratings, which would save Nevada tens of millions of dollars. Continuing with these measures while making cuts to class size reduction during a global pandemic is not only ridiculous and asinine, but it's dangerous. Our students and educators deserve far better than what Nevada is providing them. And just a reminder, educators, their families, and all of the people with children or grandchildren in our community are watching this right now. And it's us that got many of you elected in the first place. We need you right now to stand up for our students and stand up for our educators and stand up for every child in our community. I know there are lawmakers right now listening to this who truly support education, and we can do better as Nevadans. We need you right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 597. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Vicki Kreidel, VICKI-KREIDEL, President of NEA of Southern Nevada and second grade teacher in CCSD. I'm speaking in opposition to AB 3. At a time when we're facing one of the most challenging years in education, this bill is calling for deep cuts to many things, including our education funding. And specifically, the loss of SB 178 will cause catastrophic budget shortfalls for our schools that need help the most. Our schools depend on SB 178 funds in order to be able to pay for important items that provide additional support to our Title I and ELL students. I've worked in Title I schools my entire career. I know firsthand how crucial these funds are in order to help our students grow, learn, and find success. Educators often work in Title I schools by choice. In these schools, we learn to use every penny of our funds to go as far as possible. They're used to purchase important things like curriculum, classroom materials, paying for tutoring, CTTs, or even covering an additional teacher. But this year, we'll be looking at supplies to keep us safe. These types of cuts will leave our neediest schools in dire straits. We will have less educators and staff. This will make operating in buildings during COVID virtually impossible to do safely. We'll be unable to keep class sizes low or purchase any of the basic materials we will need to operate safely during this pandemic. Before we make these type of funding cuts, can we please look at other programs like standardized testing and star ratings? These things do nothing to help our students. Please do not cut our funding without putting additional funds into education. Your educators do not know how much more we can take. We're depending on you to give us what we need to help our students be successful. Vote no on AB3 and be bold, Nevada.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 222. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Adler, Sarah Adler. Also speaking as a member of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, Nevada. I know you all are troubled by all of the proposed cuts. Yet of all the sorrows of AB3, the most harmful, in my opinion, are in Section 31 to Budget Account 3161. In total, $6.3 million is cut to housing services for the mentally ill. The most devastating of which is the $4.4 million being cut from housing for the severely mentally ill, which is a 56% cut. This cut is absolutely life-threatening to the severely mentally ill of Nevada. It will push many of them into homelessness and place them at greater risk of COVID infection. In addition, it will result in even greater costs through cost shifting. As these individuals become participants of the criminal justice system, they're admitted to acute care and inpatient treatment hospitals, and possibly become residents of Stein and Lakes Crossing correctional institutions through no fault of their own. Sadly, it is likely to increase officer-involved shootings, as 80% of those involve an individual with mental illness, 80% or more. We all are desperate to avoid that harm and trauma to the mentally ill individual, their families, our communities, and law enforcement. We implore the restoration of this funding. To fill this gap, I suggest a small increase in the beer and wine tax per gallon. These are broadly based taxes shared by Nevadans and visitors alike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Assembly members, for your time.
Thank you very much. And so for everybody's edification, we've gone almost an hour. We have about 5 more minutes for testimony in opposition, and then we'll go to testimony in neutral. For folks that are wishing to provide testimony in opposition and we're not able to within that hour, I would certainly encourage you to provide it in writing, and we will certainly consider it part of the record and make sure members get it.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 200. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Your annual cleaning checkup, but perio maintenance is like every 3 or 4 months. On what each, it's different for everybody.
Ma'am, you're on the line for testimony with the legislature. Are you prepared to offer testimony in opposition?
Was that for 200?
Yes.
Yes. I am calling in opposition to AB3. My name is Arash Aghakhani, A-R-A-S-H, Aghakhani, Aghakhani. I have been a pediatric dentist and a child advocate for over 24 years, mainly serving the Medicaid population. The proposed plan of eliminating dental benefits for adults and limiting dental benefits for children will have a disastrous effect in the short and long term. The population that are covered under Medicaid are in general of low socioeconomic status, and the majority of them do not hold a job at the present time due to COVID shutdowns, yet still need tremendous amount of dental work. Eliminating the existing program on top of the shutdowns will cause a great deal of harm to this population, since they cannot afford to pay for dental work, and will drive them into emergency rooms that will not be able to care for them or may only give them opioids. I am currently seeing the horrific result of the 2-month shutdown from mid-March to May. The majority of the small cavities in the children has changed to a small cavity to infection and requires extraction of an otherwise savable tooth. Again, these children will flood emergency rooms due to dental infection and further expose themselves to COVID-19 unnecessarily. In my opinion, the potential dental infection and further expose themselves the potential financial impact on the state will be much more if the dental plan for this population is terminated. I respectfully ask why the state would be willing to lose federal Medicaid matching funds by eliminating an essential benefits program. Makes no sense. I have been with all dental plans, and I can honestly tell you the plan who is focused on and the dental provider is Liberty Dental Plan. Under their watchful eyes and trained staff, the fraud and abuse of Medicaid has dropped immensely. Terminating Liberty Dental from managing dental benefit of this population will be another great mistake.
And ma'am, could you start to wind down so that we can fit one more person in? We're beyond the 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got one sentence left. But also in a crime against the population in need, please do not eliminate the plan and leave this deprived population more deprived. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 100. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
My name is Dr. Molly Apple, spelled Mollyappel, and I'm an assistant professor at Nevada State College. I'm calling to express my opposition to AB3 and particularly cuts to K-12 and higher education. I moved here 1 year ago from Pennsylvania to start my dream job, working with the incredible first-generation minoritized and non-traditional students of Nevada who attend NSC. Our entire community is dedicated to providing a transformative education to Nevada's most vulnerable populations, undocumented learners, veterans, future teachers, and healthcare workers. Many of our students are Nevada's essential workers under COVID, risking their lives for Nevada's economy so that they can pursue their education. Our students are parents of children in CCSD, balancing their jobs and studies with managing the crisis in remote learning. The cuts and potential cuts proposed by AB3 will completely undermine all of their efforts. They'll mean eliminating programs and laying off essential faculty and staff that provide remedial and targeted instruction that we know is essential for the retention and success of these populations of students. The resulting increase in tuition and student surcharges would simply shut out many of these students from their educations. Sure, with this bill, you'll save some money in the short term and adhere to a misguided idea of equitable dispersion of operating cuts. And you'll be telling Nevada citizens that these things matter more than our ability to come out of this recession by investing in our future, particularly future educators and healthcare workers of our state. If you move ahead with this action, faculty and teachers like me will likely seek employment in states that do not so readily put education on the chopping block during a global health crisis, no less. Do better, be courageous, and reconsider doing this violence to public welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will now move on. I'll give a few minutes to adjust in the queue, but we would ask that anybody remaining in the queue that would like to offer testimony in opposition to submit that in writing, and we will certainly include that in part of the record. If there is anyone that wishes to offer testimony in a neutral position, now will be the time. This would not be the time for folks in support or opposition to still get an opportunity in. We want to be fair and balanced with everyone. So if there are folks that wish to offer testimony in a neutral position, I would open up the queue for that purpose.
For all the callers who are willing to, who are wanting to provide testimony. Wanting to offer testimony in neutral, please raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. I'm sorry. All callers who are wanting to provide testimony in neutral, please raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. We will start with the first caller of 751. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits of 751, you are live.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking in opposition.
And so, sir, we are now in a neutral testimony position. We only allotted an hour for those that wish to offer testimony in opposition. And so in order to remain consistent, I would ask that you provide your testimony in writing if you wish to do so we can include it in the record. But we are now hearing it from any folks that wish to offer testimony in a neutral position.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to do that, and will provide that testimony in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Callers who are wanting to provide testimony in neutral, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand, and we will call on you in order. We will begin with caller with 475. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the Assembly. My name is Jared Busker, spelled Jaredbusker. I am the Associate Director at the Children's Advocacy Alliance, a statewide nonprofit organization that is the independent voice for Nevada's children and families. We are testifying in neutral on AB3, as we recognize that the state needs to balance our fiscal year budget. That being said, we have significant concerns relating to the effects these cuts will have on our children and families. We look forward to seeing the pending amendments to this bill and ask that any cuts made do not disproportionately harm our most marginalized communities. Lastly, we urge the Committee of the Whole to consider other revenue options prior to
Mr. Busker, I'm going to stop you now because it sounds to me like opposition. I want to remind folks and callers that support means you support the bill as is, opposition means you oppose the bill as is, and neutral means you have no position on whether or not the bill passes as is. And so if you have concerns, that would be opposition, and I would encourage you to submit your testimony to the body in opposition and express those concerns so that we can circulate them and include them in the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Next caller in neutral of the position, we are going to say caller with the last 3 digits of 517. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Anna Binder, ANNABINDER. So it was extremely difficult to get this call-in number, first off. And second, I am neutral. I have 2 kids in the district that are IEP special education. I have 4 that are highly thriving without any assistance. I have a husband who's a state worker. We are affected by everything going on. And I just want to say that given everything that you guys are going through and the budget cuts that are necessary, it's just so hard to maintain any approval or denial of anything because the budget is where it is. The funds aren't there. We're making the cuts as necessary. Special education, mental illness, those are so high on the priority. Our state care workers are high on the priority. But where do we have to go when there's no budget? So we can argue here, we can argue there, but at the end of the day, the money just isn't there. So a lot of us have just been highly asking for a median in between the two of here's the money, here's what's there, here's what's not there. And again, a lot of people are just so highly vocal about what is being cut from our children, state, Medicaid, and the people that are most vulnerable. I'm not pro or for it. I'm very highly affected by all of it. But what can you do when there's no money? And that's really the question for everybody is where is the revenue, where is the money, and where are we funding anything? And so if you look at one program versus another and the money's not there, it's not a personal attack of we're cutting this or we're cutting that. It's a lack of funding. So a lot of people that I know I'm cut to 2 minutes, they want to know where the marijuana money went. And I keep explaining where it went and where it's been going. These are businesses that weren't put out of business. Where is all the revenue going that we were only shut down for 12 weeks? Where's the revenue of the businesses that weren't shut down for 12 weeks? We're looking at a huge impact in our financial budget over a 12-week shutdown. So follow the money. Where is the money?
And ma'am, can you wind down?
These programs are dire.
Ma'am, could you wind down?
I'm sorry, you cut out. I didn't hear you, speaker.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just asked that you wind down so that we can make sure that we have folks that are actually in a neutral position have an opportunity to testify.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying is we're left and we're right. We have half the community to the left, we have half the community to the right, and we have people in the middle that understand. And I understand, and it's getting the rest of people to understand that there is just no money.
I appreciate that, ma'am, and I will clarify for you, since we are in testimony and not just normal public comment, that there's misconceptions about the marijuana money not going to education, and that is simply not accurate. The money generated from marijuana sales, as dictated by the people, is going to education. Just to want to make sure that that was clear on the
I
record.
didn't say. All I said was you have a lot of citizens reaching out saying, where is that money? And I have been trying to educate them on where that money has been going. And there is a huge consensus across our constituents that the money isn't going to what they voted for it in for.
I
So,
appreciate it,
again,
ma'am, but it
just
wasn't intended to be the
educating
start of
people
a
and letting them-
dialogue between the two of us. I just wanted to clarify
Sure.
because I don't want the public to be under the misconception that there's marijuana money that was not going to education. So I appreciate it. If you have additional
And I
testimony,
understand
feel
that.
free to submit it in writing. I certainly
will.
apologize for the backlog.
Absolutely.
I know lots of people care about these issues. And this is why we've provided an opportunity for the public to participate this way. And we will certainly welcome you
Absolutely.
providing it in writing so we can include it in part of the record.
And sure, and thank you for everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 522. Please slowly pronounce and spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
My name is Laura, L-A-U-R-A, Nauman, N as in Nancy, A-U, M as in Mary, A-N-N. Good afternoon, members of the Assembly. I'm the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State College and also serve as Chair for all NSHE Faculty Senate Chairs at our 7 teaching institutions and the Desert Research Institute. I am submitting my position as neutral, pending future amendments, and would like to put my comments on the record. We understand that the Nevada legislature is in the unfathomable position to make devastating cuts to a host of state agencies, including Health and Human Services and Public Education. Make no mistake, all Nevadans are going to suffer as a result of the cuts made in AB3, wherever cuts are made. With respect to higher education, these proposed cuts mean that the students will have to pay more tuition but receive fewer services. Students will have fewer courses to choose from, which leads in delays in graduation. These delays in graduation have implications for feeding our critical nursing and educator pipelines for our state and getting our economy back on track. Furthermore, these cuts will directly impact our essential student support services, such as advising, tutoring, and financial aid offices that are critical for supporting and moving our students to graduation, many of whom are the first in their families to go to college or have been historically bypassed or systematically oppressed in education. NSHE faculty and staff are prepared to do their part to support our students under the proposed cuts. but we cannot continue to rely on higher education to balance the state budget. Under the context of these cuts, the future of our institutions, the success of our students, and ultimately the success of our state looks bleak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
If there are any other callers and would like to provide neutral testimony for the bill, please press *9 on your phone now. Taking caller 653. Please spell your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Catherine Fusco, KATHERINEFUSCO. I'm calling with some descriptive information. I'm a professor at UNR, where we only recently acquired the ranking of an R1 research university very high. I teach courses in American literature and core humanities, including a course that covers the U.S. and Nevada Constitution. Already, our two major research universities are ranked quite low compared to other universities nationwide. For example, although UNR is the flagship university, we're only ranked 240th by U.S. News and World Report. We have made improvements and achieved our R1 ranking despite the significant cuts we took in the past recession, but those risk being rolled back with new cuts to higher education. It is part of our state constitution to establish and support a state university. This is a noble aspect of our state constitution, for it is through our affordable higher education system that students of all backgrounds, including a number of first-generation students, are exposed to cutting-edge research, cultural diversity, and a wider perspective on the world, the arts and humanities, and economic opportunities. This kind of robust quality education should not only be the privilege of the wealthy who can afford private education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to provide neutral testimony for the bill, please press *9 on your phone now. And we will take caller with the last 3 digits of 210. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Hi, I'm actually I'm in opposition, but I would like your email so I can email my testimony.
The email address, ma'am, for providing documents or exhibits or testimony is on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there is anyone else wishing to provide neutral testimony for the bill, please press *9 now. Caller with the last 3 digits of 023. You have 2 minutes. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Charles Kingston, CharlesKingston. Yes, I'm speaking in neutral to AB3. Instead, I'd like to just say that I'm praying for the state legislature. I know it's not an easy job to do, and I really appreciate all you guys, your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Speaker, there is currently no more callers in the public comment lobby to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you very much. We will come back to the committee. Assemblyman Yeager.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will reconvene as the Assembly. Assemblyman Yeager, you want to go to Order of Business 1?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order of Business 1, could the record please reflect that Mr. Ellison is present?
The record shall so reflect.
1 minute recess.
1 minute recess. Assembly will come back to order. I'll go ahead and handle under order business 13, unfinished business. There being no objection, the Speaker and the Chief Clerk will sign Senate Bills 1 and 2. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the Assembly stand in a brief recess to the call of the chair.
You've heard the motion, and just so you all know, we want to make sure that we are here and available in the event that Senate takes action that we can respond to. And so we're going to check with them and stay in recess, a brief recess, so that we can get information on whether or not they're going to be sending us any business this evening. So if you all could just stick around, we will make sure to find out. You've heard the motion. All those in favor of Assembly standing in recess, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are in recess.
Testing.
The Assembly will come back to order. We'll first go to order business 4, reports of standing committees.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, to which was referred Assembly Bill 3, said the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back to the recommendation considered. Jason Frierson, Chair.
If we can now go to order business 7, messages from the Senate.
Senate Chamber, Carson City, July 15, 2020. To the Honorable the Assembly, I have the honor to inform the Honorable Body that the Senate on this day passed as amended Senate Bill 3. Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Order business 9, introduction, first reading, and reference of bills.
Senate Bill 3, introduced by the Committee on the Whole, an act relating to governmental financial administration temporarily accelerating the collection of a portion of the tax upon the net proceeds of minerals, temporarily requiring persons who extract minerals to pay a portion of the tax on the net proceeds of the estimated royalties that will be paid for certain years, temporarily altering the allocation of a portion of the proceeds of the basic governmental service tax, requiring the Department of Taxation to allow for the payment of delinquent taxes, fees, or assessments without a penalty for a limited period in certain circumstances, and providing other matters properly in there too.
Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Bill 3 be referred to the Committee of the Whole.
Without objection, so referred. Go to order business 8. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Assembly resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are resolved into the Committee of the Whole. The committee will come to order. On this evening's agenda, we have SB 3. And I believe that we have presenters queued up.
Hi, good evening. This is Melanie Young, Executive Director for the Department of Taxation, here to present SB 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So to talk about SB 3, as you just heard, does 3 things. It temporarily accelerates the net proceeds of minerals taxes, temporarily changes the allocation for the governmental services tax, and implements a tax amnesty. And if it's all right with the chair, I would like to do this and turn the time over to Jeff Mitchell, my Deputy Director over the Local Government Services area, to talk about the net proceeds of mineral taxes. And then I will pick back up with Section 5.5 to talk about the governmental services tax onto the tax amnesty.
Thank you very much. Then please proceed in whichever order you all deem appropriate.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Jeff Mitchell with Local Government Services, for the record, at the Department of Taxation. Currently in law, operators of mines file a report on prior year actuals in February and an estimate on current year net proceeds of minerals on March 1st. Starting in fiscal year 21, that estimate filed on current year numbers of March 1st will require a payment associated with that estimate. This estimate could then be trued up quarterly as so to be within 90% of the actuals, which would be reported the following calendar year. These operators would file their actual returns on the prior calendar year, and a true-up would occur on that payment. The later sections of this bill provide for the transitory period in fiscal year 2024, which would transition us back into a payment on the actual net proceeds count due without a payment associated with that estimate. The portion of the estimate would be on the net proceeds of minerals due minus the county portion rate, or phrased differently, the prepayment is on the general fund portion of the tax due, with functionality remaining as currently constructed for the tax due to the local entities. And that is a brief summation of what this Senate bill is accomplishing. I will turn the time back to Director Melanie Young to discuss the other aspects of it.
Thank you.
Thank you again. For the record, Melanie Young, Executive Director for the Department of Taxation. Section 5.5 of this bill changes the allocation from the governmental services tax from the highway fund to the general fund for a one-year period expiring on June 30, 2021. What I'd like to go into further is Section 10 of the bill, which is the section that starts the tax amnesty program, which the department shall establish and conduct a program that would relieve a person who has not paid a tax, fee, or an assessment of all penalties and interest imposed. This program will run for a 90-day period concluding before June 30, 2021. The taxpayer shall be relieved of all penalties and interest if they request relief and pay the tax, fee, or assessment in full. The tax amnesty program only applies to taxes, fees, and assessments that are due prior to the effective date of the section of this bill, which is upon passage and approval, and will not apply to those who have, this will not apply to taxpayers who've entered into settlement agreements or offers in compromise. Additionally, it will not apply to a taxpayer who has an audit being conducted and they've not received a final determination. I feel that it's important to discuss why a tax amnesty program is being proposed. And one could assume that it was done back in 2008 and 2010, and so it's time to do one again, and that's just one reason. And the main reason, since I became director in January of 2019, I've had my eye on the accounts receivable for the department, which is funding that's due to state, local governments, and schools. And reducing the debt, the tax debt due to the state, is the main goal. The $21 million that has recently been put on the books for the amnesty program represents an aged delinquent tax amounts from 60 days to 3 years, and it only represents the general fund portion and a portion for the local school support tax. We recently ran the aged accounts receivable, and it equaled $106 million due to the state, and we felt we could reasonably collect 30% of that. And to note, in 2010, the department collected $28.5 million, which represented over 9,000 delinquent tax payments. That number was $28.5 million, and that was not just the general fund portion, that was total taxes collected at that time. In 2008, when the amnesty was conducted, the department collected $40.6 million, which represented over 12,000 delinquent tax payments. In closing, there are a couple important notes I'd like to make here. Without a tax amnesty, this debt may be collected. However, the funding would more than likely come in the form of a payment plan, be collected over an extended period of time. Other forms of collection, such as liens, and the state might not see the benefit of those funds for many years to come. Offers in compromise. When we do offers in compromise, we will collect the debt, but often at a reduced rate, and again, over an extended period of time. The benefit to the taxpayer is to pay the debt and stop collection efforts of the department. Interest would not continue to accrue, decreasing the taxpayer's burden, and state and local governments and schools would benefit from the revenue collected. And this concludes our presentation of the bill. We have people here at the Department of Taxation here to answer questions. I believe there's representatives from the Department of Transportation and the Governor's Finance Office available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open it up for questions, and that could be for the presenters or the individuals that are there as a supporting cast. I don't see any questions in the email. Assemblyman Daly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would have a question for whoever wants to answer regarding the transfer of the money from the general services, or transfer the money from the highway fund into another account and just spent regularly. My understanding is that the first estimate of the 50/50 proposal was going to cost or reduce the amount going to the highway fund by 21 million. I think somebody had said that was actually 23, our fiscal people, and that the 50/50 split of the estimated amount coming in would have been 47/47. So if I can get a breakdown similar to what you presented in the Senate, I know it was gone over there, but I'd like to be clear on that, and then I would have some questions for DOT if I can follow up.
Mr. Chairman, this is Russell Guindon. Maybe it might be best if I just take that question as your fiscal staff, if that's okay.
That's fine, Mr. Guindon. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Russell Guindon, Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. Assemblyman Daly, you're correct that the original estimate for, and that is the consensus estimate that was produced by Budget Division and your Fiscal Analysis Division staff, for the 25% piece was approximately 23.8 million. And so now with the SB3 in its first reprint, which takes the additional 50%, so that 100% is going to the general fund for FY21 only, would be an additional $47.6 million in GST. So thus the total amount for the 75% that would be coming from the highway fund for the GST for FY21 only is estimated to be the 71.4%, or excuse me, 71.4 million.
Senator Daly?
Yeah, follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I was looking, and I also listened to the testimony. My understanding is that there's going to be some CARES Act money that's going to go back into the highway fund, and that when the calculation is all done, in theory, there's about $9 million more than if we'd have stuck with the 50/50. So in that regard, seems like a win. Where in fact is, because I don't see it in the bill or the first reprint of the bill, how exactly is that money going to get into the highway fund? Is it in legislation? Is it just a promise? Where is the transaction taking place, and how do we know it's going to happen?
Susan Brown, for the record. I could take that question. So we are going to do work programs to bring that money back into the highway fund.
And I'm sorry, is that Director Brown?
Yes, this is Susan Brown, Director of the Governor's Finance Office. We will be preparing work programs to bring that money into the highway fund.
A work program through IFC, I'm assuming?
That is correct.
Thank you. And another for DOT, if I can.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another question for DOT,
sure.
if I may. So I was wanting to know from DOT, how much is your balance? I know there's a lot more money in the highway fund right now, but not all of that is uncommitted or available. So realistically, how much actual money is not committed to bond obligations, not committed to projects already under construction, to make progress payments and various things? How much is actually available for future projects and various things?
Good evening,
Chairman, through you to the Assemblyman, this is Denise Spinda. I am with the Nevada Department of Transportation, and I apologize, but I am not the right person to answer those questions. I am sitting in for other questions that we thought may be coming up later on in this discussion, and so I don't have that. I am reaching out to people, trying to see if they can provide answers, but I'm very sorry that I don't have those answers right now.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And I understand, I was just trying to make the point that the total amount of money that's in the highway fund is not just a big pile of cash sitting there that's uncommitted. It's committed to a variety of things, and there's not as much in the highway fund for some of these projects as somebody might think if they just hear the total balance of the fund. And then if I can, just a final comment, my main problem or heartburn with some of this at this point, obviously, and I know it's for a 1-year sunset. And my experience in this legislature and past legislatures is that sunset, good intentions and all, is not concrete, not solid enough for me. In my experience is that it unfortunately may be extended or done. And now my further concern is that if 100% of the money is being transferred into the general fund, it's even a higher likelihood that not all of it, the 75% that everyone's expecting today with the sunset, is going to come back. And that's my heartburn, my concern. And I just want to make sure that we put everyone thinking about we're doing some good with the money. We're going to make the transfer. But the promise is, at least at this point with the 1-year sunset, is that it's going to go back to the highway fund for the purpose originally intended. And there are vast needs in the infrastructure as well as other needs in the state. So thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to actually, I believe Cindy Jones may be in the queue and may have been able to answer the question that you had, Assemblyman Daly. So I wanted to see if she was actually in the queue and would be able to answer that question. There we go.
Speaker Frierson, Assemblyman Daly, according to information that fiscal staff has, as budgeted for the highway fund, the ending fund balance that was projected to be, that would be at the end of this fiscal year would be $245 million. We were budgeted to start with $321 million. And then, of course, as you'd indicated, there's a variety of obligations against those funds throughout this current fiscal year. But the projected ending fund balance is $245 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Other questions? I see none in the queue, and I see none on the board. All right. Well, then at this point, for Senate Bill 3, we'll get BPS ready, and we will allow...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I had some questions on the mining.
Oh, I'm sorry. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson did have a question.
Okay, thank you so much. And so, with the schedule of payments for 2020 and 2021, so are we looking at all quarters in which there would be a prepayment, or are we going to start with the like March 1, April 20th? I think April 20th is when we do this certification of the 2019 one. So then it would be, I know there's lots of reporting dates, those quarterly reporting dates. So I wanted to make sure I had straight in my brain which order they're going to be reporting on that we're going to have them prepaying on, or if it's just annual.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is Russell Ginnan. Maybe it'd be best if I answer the Assemblywoman's question. And some of them, maybe the best way to try and answer your question is just maybe verbally walking through how the tax structure would work for the general fund portion under the provisions in SB3 first reprint. So what will happen, as you were already alluding to, is that in February of 2021, a report based on what they actually did for calendar year 2020. And then they'll pay the tax based on that. Then they'll also file a report on March 1st, and that says that what are they estimating for calendar year 2021. Then they will be required to pay the tax on that estimate of calendar 21, but only for the general fund portion of the net proceeds minerals tax that would have been due based on that estimate. Then they're allowed quarterly to submit updated estimates of what that calendar year will be. And so they can do that for the quarter ending March, June, September, and December to attempt to get within 90% of the actual. So when they file their return in February of 2022 and true up against their estimate for calendar year 21, if they're not within 90%, then there's a 10% penalty. So I think you were referring to all those pieces together there, that they're going to do an estimate for the calendar year in March of 21 and pay the estimated tax for the general fund portion of the net proceeds minerals tax. And then they can file quarter returns to make sure they're within that 90% threshold interval to avoid the 10% penalty when they true up a year later. So hopefully someone that answers your.
Yeah, it kind of does. I think it might have been simpler just because as I look at the scheduled posting, Department of Taxation, it seems to be calendar year and then we're fiscal year. So in my mind, I was just trying to figure out, are they, they're just truing up 2019 as of April 2020. So we're not just capturing quarters, we're asking for when we say 2021, we mean calendar year 2021, not state government 2021.
Okay, so the taxes, under current law, the tax is based on what you did in the actual preceding calendar year, and then you pay the tax on that after the end of that calendar year. And so, for instance, you're referring to calendar year 2019. So for calendar year 19, they would have filed the return in February of 2020 and paid the tax on that in FY 2020. So now what we're going to do is change the tax for the general fund portion, that it'll still be based on a calendar year mining activity period, but they're going to then pay an estimate on that calendar year so that it won't be like they're trying to do quarterly estimates for quarters. It'll still be a calendar year period. They're just allowed every quarter to do a revised estimate for that complete calendar year period to true up against the 90% threshold.
Okay. And then
and I realize I may not do doing that good job of answering your question.
Thank you, Mr. Ginnan. And then in terms of the scope, who does the prepayment, there's lots of minerals out there in different mines that mine different minerals, but not everyone within the chapter pays, right? So when we're thinking of this, we should be thinking gold, silver, some copper, but not geothermal and not oil.
That's correct. So yes, I think it's somewhat easy to become gold and silver centric when one wants to think about the net proceeds of minerals tax. But there are other types of minerals being mined in the state of Nevada. You mentioned oil. There's gypsum. There's dolomite. There's dichotomous earth. There's barite. There's a bunch of them that are being done in one or more counties, and so they're required to also file and pay net proceeds of minerals tax. I do think it's worth pointing out that under the statutory provisions, the minimum tax rate that a geothermal pays is the combined property tax rate. So geothermals don't pay any portion of the net proceeds that would ever belongs to the state general fund. So the geothermal will not be affected by the provisions of this bill, since you're only making changes to the general fund portion that belongs to the state. But other mines, you're absolutely correct that based on what their net proceeds are in relation to their gross, that they may or may not from year to year have a general fund rate portion. Thus, they, from year to year, they may or may not be contributing to the general fund, whether it was an estimated tax basis or a preceding calendar year basis. It's just, that's the nature of their operations in the tax. It's probably worth pointing out, since you talk gold and silver, gold and silver probably generates about 96% of the state's general fund portion of the MPM. So they are the big entity in play. But as you pointed out, there are many other types of mining that actually go on the state and file MPM returns with the Department of Taxation.
Assemblywoman
That's it,
Thompson.
Mr. Chair. I can have some other questions, but I can ask those offline. They're much more time frame and logistics questions than anything else.
Assemblywoman Neal.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Gendon, I had a question on Section 3, Sub 4. So we're basically allowing it's lines what is that, 1 through 7? So we're basically kind of allowing like a margin of error for them if they pay less than the 90%, or I'm reading it as a margin of error, or how would you describe it?
Excuse me, someone, Neil. Can you tell me, you cut out there just a little bit on my end, what page and lines are you referring to in the
So
first
page
reprint?
4, Section 3, Sub 4, page 4, lines 1 through 8.
Yes, this is what I was referring to, that that if their estimate for the calendar year ends up being, their estimated tax for the calendar year ends up being less than 90% of their actual tax that was due for that calendar year when they're truing up, then there's a 10% penalty unless the paragraph A or B are met. And paragraph B is is actually the 90% rule. Paragraph A is a provision that if the taxes that you paid for 1 year are greater than the preceding year, then you also aren't subject to the 10% penalty, irrespective of whether you were within the 90% interval. So you're right. It is like a range that you need to be in to avoid penalty, but then paragraph A and B then are establishing the provisions under which you would be subject to the penalty. And paragraph B is the one that I was referring to, that you can make the quarterly true-up payments, is what we refer to them as, to avoid the 10% penalty because your estimated payment was less than 90% of your actual tax liability for that calendar year period.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe Assemblyman Ellison has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. Yeah, I do. You know, when we're listening to the Senate side, one of the questions that was brought up is we're talking right now from 2020 to 2021, but is this going to extend beyond the 21, or is it going to sunset it to 21? That's my first question. And then I need to go back and talk about the fines or the penalty of the 90%. Now, what happens if they don't make that budget and they're losing funding as it is now? So how are they going to pay for something they're already being penalized on? So could you please hit on that?
Okay, the answer to your second question is possibly maybe better addressed by the Department of Taxation, but then, so I'll answer your first question. which is, this has, if you look, it has a June 30th, 2023 sunset on these estimated payment provisions. So what that's going to mean in the real world is that the mining operations will be required to make estimated payments on calendar years 21, 22, and 23. And then we expire these estimated payments for the general fund portion provisions. And so what that would mean then, you're in FY24, you would be truing up against calendar year 23. And so all you would expect to get is any true up payments. And that's what we refer to as the whole year, right? That when you turn on the sunset and expire these provisions, then the flip back to the old way of taxing, there's a fiscal year that you go without a tax payment except for the true ups. So then what would happen for calendar year 24, the general fund portion is back to the same old law, just like all the other people are saying, the other rates, the local government property tax rates. And so in FY25, you would pay the tax based on actual calendar year 24 for the general fund portion along like everybody else. So to answer your question, it does not go on forever. It's not for calendar year 21 only. It's for calendar year 21, calendar year 22, and calendar year 23. What I will offer on your second question is, right, they are allowed to do these quarterly true-ups. The quarterly true-ups go all the way through December of that calendar year as an opportunity to try and get within the 90% to avoid the 10% penalty. And then and that 10% penalty, there's already a 10% penalty for underpaying for the net proceeds for the other types of filing that are currently in law. But with that, I would, if Director Young wants to make any comments to your second question, I would ask her to please do so.
Thank you, Jeff Mitchell, for the record with the Department of Taxation. Mr. Ginden spoke to that very eloquently on the process that would be. So they would have that opportunity through those quarterly adjustments to get to that 90% threshold. But yes, if when they file the actual returns and we true up that number, if they were not within that 90%, there would be a 10% penalty applied against that missed tax. And I hope that answers your question.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Yeah, so if they are doing a penalty, is that based on revenues as estimated, or is that actual revenue quarter? And the reason I'm asking that, because if you're doing a large estimate, I'm going to make X amount of money, that's based on what the actual value of the minerals are going to bring in. Is that correct?
Well, what they would be doing, Asselman, is so it's the industry's estimate. Department of Taxation doesn't do the estimate for the mine does. And so the mine would make that estimate in March. So in March of calendar year 21, FY 2021, they will do an estimate for their calendar year 21 operations and then pay the tax based on that estimate. And then they can do the quarterly true ups to try to get within that 90% threshold to avoid the penalty when they file their February 16th, 2022 to actually true up against the actual calendar year 21. So it would be up to the mine to do the estimate. So they would be deciding what they think gold prices are and what they think their production is. There would be nothing that says a mine could estimate zero if they wanted to, and then quarterly true up. Right? It's because the mine gets to file the report with the Department of Taxation of what they're estimating and then pay the tax based on that estimate. And then then they need to try and true up to get within 90% of the actual by the end of that calendar year.
And this is the only company in the United States that does this. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that. If you're referring specifically to like minerals taxes, I don't know the answer to that. But like for federal personal income and corporate income taxes, right? You do estimated quarterly taxes and then you true up when you do your final annual return. So there are other places where you may do estimates on taxes with a true up. I just don't know specifically if Nevada would be the only state doing this for minimum.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we circle back on that true-up question again? And thank you all for staying late, and I appreciate your willingness to go through this. There are some companies that are finally maybe digging a little dirt. They're not gold or silver, or maybe some of the other ones like copper that the margin of profit is small, and many of them haven't made any profit yet. And so their balance and perhaps their estimated income is going to be zero. And I heard that in the earlier discussion on the Senate side, and as we've worked through this bill throughout the last couple of days, that if their estimate's going to be zero income because they obviously haven't made anything yet. But if they do finally break dirt and they finally make a profit, they'll have an opportunity to settle up at the end of the year. Will they then be penalized? The question, I guess, is how does that penalty get determined? And I thought that they would not have a penalty if they started at zero, make a profit, they're not going to be penalized for that. Am I hearing that they make that up on their quarterly estimates, so there'll be no penalty? Could you clarify that for me?
Yeah, maybe I can go through an example. So, right, if you had that type of situation where a person wanted to estimate zero and pay zero on their March estimated tax return, but then, hey, they started doing things and they were going to have positive net proceeds that on which tax would be due, then they could file a quarterly true-ups. In fact, they could wait till the end of the calendar year, at the end of the quarter ending December, and file a quarterly true-up to get within 90% of their actual, which they should know because they're getting pretty close, right, to the end of that calendar activity to know what their net would be and what the tax would be due, even if we weren't doing the estimated basis, right? If it was on the actual preceding calendar year, if they estimated zero and had, say, $500,000 in net proceeds, the tax would be due on that $500,000. And if they did, so here it's just saying, okay, they have a chance to do an estimate to get within 90%. They don't have to be at 100%. They just have to be within 90. And then they could file to pay the other 10% when they do the true up in the March return.
Great, so they're not penalized.
Excuse me,
in the long. They have time. All right, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see none in email and none on the board. All right. I see no further questions. We will now go to BPS and see if there are folks on the line wishing to offer testimony in first support of SB 3. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, please proceed.
Anyone wishing to offer testimony in support of the bill, please press *9 on your phone. Anyone willing to offer testimony in support of the bill, please press *9 on your phone now. Mr. Speaker, at this time, no one is raising their hand to come forward to speak.
Thank you. I'll now allow opportunity for those wishing to offer testimony in opposition to SB 3.
Anyone wanting to offer opposition, please press *9 on your phone now to speak. Okay, and we're going to take the first caller. First caller with the last three digits of 150. Please state and spell your name slowly for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alexis Motorex, representing the Nevada Chapter Associated General Contractors. The AGC is opposed to sections 5.5 and 6 of SB 3. We understand and appreciate the challenging task before you in addressing this massive budget shortfall, and we too share the governor's desire to preserve as many jobs as possible in a struggling economy. Every $1 million spent on highway construction and/or maintenance results in approximately $1.7 million in total economic output. The loss of this revenue to the highway fund will further compound the reduction in gas tax revenue we are already coping with due to the decreased travel during the COVID shutdown. At the June 8th NDOT board meeting, $34.9 million in construction projects were postponed as a result of these highway fund revenue declines. That's roughly 388 jobs. Additionally, taking additional money from the highway fund effectively puts Nevadans out of work and only makes Nevada's recovery that much more difficult. Again, we appreciate the weight of the decisions you must make during this difficult time. However, we also sincerely believe that preserving funding that directly translates to jobs and economic activity is in the best interest of this state, and we thank you for your thoughtful approach to this crisis.
Can you please repeat your name and spell it, just to make sure we got it on the record? We can proceed.
I do apologize, Mr. Speaker. She hung up.
That's okay.
Next caller with the last three digits of 130. Please state and spell your name slowly for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hello, members of the Assembly. My name is Christine Saunders. That's CHRISTINE SAUNDERS, and I'm here on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada in opposition to SB 3. The early payment of the net proceeds on minerals is not good enough when our state continues to let mining have lucrative tax breaks and get by without paying their fair share. Nevada is the fourth largest producer of gold in the world, and when the markets crashed early this year, gold soared to $1,800 per ounce, the highest they've seen since 2011. In this moment of shared sacrifice, we need to make mining corporations pay their fair share by removing their deductions. According to the most recent net proceeds on minerals, there were gross proceeds of over $7 billion. Yet because of deductions, mining only paid taxes on 30% of this. They were able to deduct over $5 billion in calculating their net proceeds. Right now, mining taxes are also one of the smallest portions of revenue for the general fund, making up a little more than 1%. By changing the deductions and calculating net proceeds, we would be taking a step towards the long-term goal of diversifying our revenue sources in the general fund. This is a way you can take action right now without having to wait for the federal government. In 2011, many members who are still part of this body supported a bill which adjusted the net proceeds on minerals. But under today's circumstances, we must be bolder than ever before to prevent the devastating impacts of the potential cuts to education and healthcare. As our state aims to mitigate the $1.2 billion deficit, it is irresponsible to simply balance our budget on the backs of our children and those who rely on critical healthcare services being cut without considering real revenue reform. We urge you to include the removal of mining deductions in Senate Bill 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 541. Can you please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record? You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hello, Speaker Frierson and members of the Assembly. My name is J.D. Klippenstein. That's spelled JDKLIPPENSTEIN. And I am the Executive Director of Action. Given the late hour and not wanting to be repetitive, I will just echo the sentiment that Christine Saunders just shared in regards to SB 3. I think it falls far short of the crisis that we find ourselves in, and I encourage you all to find bolder solutions to the revenue crisis, and to have the mining industry pay its fair share. So again, I am calling to state our opposition to this bill and hope for bolder legislation moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 577. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Chris Daly, CHRISDALY, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 100 years. Each day of this session, you've heard about the impact of cuts contemplated to balance the budget. NSCA has been consistent in our call that any budget balancing plan should include at least $1 of new revenue for any dollar cut, a shared sacrifice. Passing new revenue may not be easy, but it is possible. Nevada is the world's 5th largest producer of gold, which hit a 9-year high this week, yet the mining industry pays very little in state taxes. This bill, SB 3, should be amended to eliminate the 13 tax deductions to gross mining proceeds. If these mining deductions were eliminated, this would generate enough revenue to backfill nearly every proposed cut to public education that you heard earlier today. Please be brave, be bold, and do what's best for Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 104. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Good evening, Speaker, members of the Assembly. My name is Maria Teresa Lieberman Barraga, MARIA-TERESA. Last name is LIEBERMANN-PARRAGA. And I am the Deputy Director of Battleborn Progress, here to, as previous callers have said, express our opposition to this bill as it is now, because we need to be bold, as others have said, and ensure we remove these deductions that mining is able to make that regular people and small businesses and small like profits like our own cannot make. And it's time for them to pay their fair share. As the first governor of Nevada said, his hands have been tied ever since mining has not been paying, has not constitutionally allowed to not pay their fair share. And now that we are in the situation that we're in, it is not the time for one of the largest industries in the Silver State to keep money for themselves, while small businesses are struggling to survive and Nevadans are desperate for assistance while they're unemployed, and will be even more desperate when public services are cut in this special session. And we ask you to include an amendment or consider other legislation to address these deductions and take steps to ensure that finally mining pays their fair share once and for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Again, those of you who just joined, if you are wanting to provide testimony in opposition for the bill, please press *9 on your phone now, and it will raise your hand. We're going to proceed with caller with the last three digits of 705. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Hi, my name is Jackie Chockless, JACKIECHIAKULAS, and I am in opposition to SB 3. I grew up in Las Vegas. I'm 28 now, and only just last year did I learn about how mining really works in this state. And when I told my dad, who's also lived in Nevada for 30 plus years, he was outraged to learn about how little mining contributes to this state and outraged at how little the public is educated about this. He's a bartender at MGM and cannot, for the life of him, understand why working people have to contribute more to this state than billion-dollar corporations who especially were not shut down during COVID and continue to rake in millions and millions of dollars while we're all here today talking about budget cuts. We really just can't keep kicking this down the road. Mining is essential to our future due to the fact that Nevada has the only operating lithium mine in the United States. Lithium that we will be needing for all the clean transportation campaigns we talk about and need. So if our representatives don't stand up for the people now, Nevada will never stop being exploited. So it has been confirmed during this special session that you all can remove mining deductions now and bring in millions of more dollars to the general fund. We shouldn't settle for them just paying early. It's not enough. Please, please, please be bold. Someone stand up. I oppose this bill as it stands. Please stand for our future. Please stand for something and add the amendment to cut mining deductions in SB 3. Thank you.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 117. Can you please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record? You have 2 minutes and may begin now.
My name is Michael Guss, Michaelguss. I second everything everyone has said on this call, and I noted it's 10 at night, and you have dozens of people testifying against this bill, and let me tell you why. It is part of a lack of solutions and a lack of leadership that has been in this session. People's lives are about to be ruined by the cuts in AB 3. They really are. I've been laid off before. It takes years. It takes years and years and years and years to recover. And you all can say, well, if you just vote for us in November, we'll undo it in 4 months. But what's going to happen to people, and what I hope you'll think on as you go home tonight at this late hour, is they're going to lose their jobs, they're going to lose their dignity, they're going to lose their homes, some will lose their children, and lives will be forever altered. I remember when my dad was laid off and moved across the country 35 years ago. That ruined my childhood. That's going to happen to tens of thousands of Nevadans because you lack the courage to ask mining to pay their fair share. You could ask them to pay their deductions and amend this bill. You could also repeal the Go-Ed tax incentives. Elon Musk gets a $2.4 billion bonus, and a nurse that is risking their lives every day is going to be thanked with a pink slip because of what you all are doing in the dead of night. And I don't think that that's right. I really don't. And you know, I know I got under all your skin, but I don't care because the roots really doesn't. And thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next caller with the last 3 digits of 792. Please slowly pronounce both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Patrick Donnelly. This is Patrick Donnelly, PatrickDonnelly. I'm Nevada State Director with the Center for Biological Diversity. Obviously, speaking today about the mining and the potential to tax mining, as we've heard about. And I really want to focus this as a question of justice. I think probably everyone in that building right now, says they support environmental justice. Certainly all the Democrats in there get endorsed in November because you support environmental justice. And some of you have made your careers fighting for environmental justice. This bill is an environmental injustice. The state of Nevada provides huge support for one of the world's largest and most lucrative gold mining industries, which pollutes our waters and destroys our public lands and otherwise harms our state in many different ways, and yet they pay a small fraction. Meanwhile, we are in a situation where a calamitous economic situation means the state budget is in tatters, and people who are of lower means, people of color, indigenous communities are going to bear the brunt of these budget cuts while the mining industry continues to enjoy their special privileged treatment. That is really the definition of environmental injustice. And so allowing that to continue, I think, is really a step in the wrong direction toward working toward that vision of environmental justice that I know so many of us all believe in. And so strongly encouraging you to take another look here and think about a different approach to try to remedy that environmental injustice in this state and to try to create a more just solution for how to fix the current economic crisis we're in. And we can start by taxing mining. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 216. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hello, this is Bradley Combs, BradleyCombs. I wanted to say that I'm in opposition to the bill as it sits right now for all of the reasons the previous persons have mentioned. I know it's a tough decision. I know the mining companies have a presence, and I know how hard it can be. But I just want to remind you all that you were not put here to make easy decisions. You were put there to make the hard decisions and to do the right thing. And I think many of you do know that removing these deductions is the right thing to do, because you've got to remember the teachers, social workers, bus drivers, people that run this state, they're going to be going through a really hard time. And I think it's important that we go ahead and support them by making sure they have what they need. Easiest thing to do is get rid of these deductions. Thank you.
Next caller with the last three digits of 102. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hi, my name is Willie Sublette, WILLIESUBLETTE, and I'm just calling as a Las Vegas resident. I've lived here my entire life, and from a young age, we were taught to be proud of the mining industry, but now as I'm older, I genuinely can't be very proud of an industry that has such a terrible impact on the environment. They're not held accountable for their cleanups, and they don't pay their fair share of taxes. And as a Las Vegan who, is struggling, and many Las Vegans and Nevadans are struggling, this is the time that they could at least step up to help a struggling state. So I please be bold, and thank you.
If there are any more callers wishing to provide testimony in opposition of the bill, please press star 9 on your phones now. We are going to take caller with the last three digits of 181. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Good evening. I am Lalo Montoya, LALOMONTOYA, Political Director at Make the Road, Nevada, in opposition of SB 3 as written tonight. We are a member-led nonprofit organization fighting to improve the quality of life of all immigrants and working families in Nevada. Our membership of over 8,000 Southern Nevadans is largely made up of working-class Latinx immigrants who have been hit the hardest during this health crisis. Tonight, we know that the burden, again, continues to come. The burden of trying to come up with revenue for the state continues to fall on the shoulders of our working families. It's been 6 days since the start of the special session, and you have yet to exhaust all options for creating revenue. We stand in solidarity with our members, others on this call tonight, other Nevadans across the state, to ask that this legislative body amend Senate Bill 3 to end the tax deductions and statutes for the mining industry immediately.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more callers who are willing to provide testimony in opposition for the bill at this time.
Thank you. I will briefly go to those wishing to offer testimony in a neutral position.
If there are any callers to provide testimony in neutral, please press star 9 on your phones now. And we will start with caller with the last three digits of 504. Please slowly pronounce and spell both your first and last name for the record. You have 2 minutes and you may begin now.
Hello, my name is Brittany Sheehan, BrittanySheehan. And when this bill first came out, I wasn't really sure. I didn't support it because it felt confusing as to why we're always targeting the mines to pay taxes in advance. But I think that it's good in current form because it solves a lot of our problems and makes up for some of the highway funds that we need because we can get that money and hello. So I think that it's like a happy medium, and I think that's what our legislature should do is work, as bipartisan as possible, and meet in the middle on this. So I think it's good and should go forward in current form.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a testimony in a neutral position. So for those remaining on the line, if you want to offer testimony in support or opposition, I would ask that you provide it in writing via email on the link provided on the agenda. We are now hearing testimony in a neutral position, meaning you have no position on it, not support or opposition, but neutral.
I feel neutral. I feel like it's both good and bad in some ways.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I was moving on. I was moving on. I appreciate your testimony. I was just saying it for the future, the rest of the callers.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently no other callers who have raised their hand to provide neutral testimony.
Thank you. And before we take any further action, because there is an exhibit associated with this bill uploaded and it was addressed in the Senate, I'm going to read a statement regarding that exhibit that was requested and was read or addressed on the Senate side. And that is with regard to questions about whether SB 3 requires a 2/3 majority for final passage. The LCB Legal Division's legal opinion addresses those legal questions and concluded that the 2/3 majority vote requirement does not apply to SB 3 because the bill does not change the existing statutory computation basis for the net proceeds, but clearly changes only the method of collecting the net proceeds tax. So because that was offered as an exhibit on the record, I wanted to make sure that I provided an explanation as to what that pertained to. So we will come back to the Committee of the Whole. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you will entertain a motion, I would move to do pass Senate Bill 3.
There's been a motion to do pass Senate Bill 3. Is there a second? Second by Assemblywoman Carlton. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I need to just circle back before we vote on this, on that 2/3 comment. Can you clarify then that when this bill was up in 2010 and it did require 2/3, was that an error in 2010? Because it was the same bill or the same statement. So I just need some clarification before we go forward here.
I don't know if council is available. I wasn't here in 2010, so I couldn't tell you.
All right, because in 2010, the same bill, the same statement, the same process did not require, it did require 2/3. So was it 2010 2/3 an error?
I don't know if there is someone from legal able to answer that question. And I do believe there is a thorough analysis of it. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read it. It's actually quite thorough. And we are actually also having paper copies made for those who may want it. And I don't feel I don't feel it appropriate for me to try to answer that question. I would direct folks who have concerns to the legal analysis and the legal opinion. If it's your request that you be given a few minutes to read that, then I will certainly give you that.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly okay with moving on. I just know that there's some similarities, and I appreciated the statement. I did watch that hearing earlier today, but it just wasn't clear to me that perhaps the 2010 one didn't require the 2/3, and they don't really address that. They just address this one. So thank you and I'm good with moving on. Thank you, sir.
All right, it appears that Mr. Kevin Powers is available if you would like that question answered. And BPS, if you could let us know when Mr. Powers is on. If Mr. Powers is listening, I believe BPS is sending a link. I'm told they are working on it.
Hello, Mr. Powers. We see you and I believe hear you.
Thank you for getting on, Mr. Powers. If you've heard the question clearly, if you could go ahead and answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division. I believe the Assemblywoman's question was that this type of legislation was marked on the bill as requiring a 2/3 vote in 2010. And now this similar legislation in 2020 is not marked with the 2/3 vote requirement. And we've also provided, the LCB Legal Division has provided a legal opinion explaining why we believe that it does not require a 2/3 majority vote.
Thank you for getting on, Mr. Powers. My question, if I might, Mr. Chair, my question was really because our chair read that statement from you, sir, and I appreciate that this doesn't require a 2/3 vote because we're just collecting it earlier and not changing. Why did the 2010 one require a 2/3 vote? Was that an error?
BPS, do we lose Mr. Powers?
Mr. Speaker, it looks like Kevin Powers is still connected. He seems to be having issues with his microphone. We're working on it.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
I can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, I lost the connection there for a moment. I did not hear the rest of the Assemblywoman's question, so I apologize and ask her to repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the patience here. My question is, we heard the interpretation of today's SB 3 and why it does not require a 2/3 vote. But then we saw similar legislation in 2010, almost exactly the same, very close anyway. And it did require a 2/3 vote at that time. So was that a wrong interpretation in 2010, trusting what your interpretation is today?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response, between 2010 and 2020, there was a development in case law in other jurisdictions with supermajority requirements. Based on that change in case law, we then applied it to Nevada's supermajority requirement, which was based on supermajority requirements from other states, and determined and reevaluated the 2/3 requirement based on a change in the governing case law of other jurisdictions with similar supermajority requirements. So that was the difference. I don't believe we were in error in 2010. I believe that we were basing it on the current state of the law in 2010. Now in 2020, over the ensuing decade, case law has changed, and so our interpretation has changed based on that change in case law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. So my understanding is then it's just a basic different interpretation through different case law. So thank you for that clarification.
Any other discussion on the motion? There being none, all those in favor of the motion to do pass Senate Bill 3, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Aye. Motion carries. Senator Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Committee of the Whole now rise and report back to the Assembly.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are back as an assembly, and we have Senate Bill 3. Order Business 4.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of the Whole, to which was referred Senate Bill 3 is that the same under consideration and begs to put the same back to the recommendation do pass. Jason Firestone, Chair.
Senator Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we go to Order of Business 8, please?
Order Business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order of Business 8, I make a motion that we remove Senate Bill 3 from its place on general file and place it at the top of general file.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We'll go to Order of Business 12. We're going to read it.
Senate Bill 3, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, enacting governmental financial administration, temporarily accelerating the collection of a portion of the tax upon the net proceeds of minerals, temporarily requiring persons who extract minerals to pay a portion of the tax on the net proceeds of the estimated royalties that will be paid for certain years, temporarily altering altering the allocation of a portion of the proceeds of the basic governmental services tax requiring the Department of Taxation to allow for the payment of delinquent taxes, fees, or assessments without a penalty for a limited period in certain circumstances, and providing otherwise appropriately thereto. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows: Section 1, end of Section 1, Section 12, end of Section 12, end of bill.
Are any members to Section 1 of the bill as a whole?
There are none.
Are there any remarks? There being none, the Chief Clerk will open the roll.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Backus has voted yes. Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson has voted yes. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod has voted yes. Assemblyman Carrillo.
No.
Assemblyman Carrillo has voted no. Assemblywoman Douglas Boone.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Douglas Boone has voted yes. Assemblyman Ellison.
No.
Assemblyman Ellison has voted no. Assemblyman Fumo.
All abstain. No vote.
Are you voting no or?
The yellow button. No vote or. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry if I was having a difficult time understanding it. The yellow button or the non-voter abstention is not permitted under our rules unless there is a legal conflict as determined by council.
Bill, after hearing the testimony today, if this bill could end up at the Supreme Court, if I'm there at that time, I would have to recuse myself, so I'd prefer to abstain from voting here.
I can only tell you that the rules don't allow for a member to not vote, and the consequence for not voting is unfortunately not participating on the floor either by speaking or voting unless the violation of the rules has been satisfied by the body. So
I will vote no.
Assemblyman Fumo has voted no. Assemblywoman Miller.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Miller has voted yes. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno has voted yes. Assemblywoman Monk.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Monk has voted yes. Assemblywoman Spiegel.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Spiegel has voted yes. Assemblywoman Swank.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank has voted yes. Assemblywoman Tolles.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Tolles has voted yes.
anyone wishing to change their vote? There are 32 ayes, 10 nays. The bill having received the constitutional majority, declare passed and order transmitted to the Senate. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we go to order of business 8, please?
Order business 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under order of business 8, I move that Assembly Bill 1 and Assembly Bill 3 be taken from their place on general file and be placed on general file for the next legislative day.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblyman Yeager.
Go to order of business 15, please.
Order business 15.
Mr. Speaker, seeing no other business before the body, and I take that back, Mr. Speaker. I think we have other order of business 15.
Thank you, and I apologize, Assemblywoman Titus. The board hasn't cleared yet, so I couldn't see you light up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to this body. It's been a long day, lots of negotiation, looking for the right thing to do for the state of Nevada. As somebody whose great-grandfather came to this state as a miner in the 1860s, I have to rise in support of mining for our great state. We heard a lot of negative comments in some of the testimony about how horrible it is. And I would just submit to you that all of us have on our desks some sort of a tech, IT, whether it's your phone or your computer, and the components in this thing. We might have wedding bands on or other types of jewelry. And I will tell you that Nevada mining has produced much of that. Many of the small components, some of those chemicals and minerals that you heard our fiscal analyst mention come from Nevada mines. We have an incredible regulatory system here in Nevada that puts these companies through a lot. They work hard and they have the best paying jobs in our state. And I would say if we don't keep our mining in Nevada, where we can monitor them through regulations, we will be getting these products from foreign countries who have very little mining. And if you don't think that impacts our world and our environment, I'm proud of the job that Nevada mining does. And so I would hope that the next time you use your phone or you turn on something and they have a medal, or you look at your wedding ring, you appreciate what Nevada mining has done for our, not only our state, but for our nation and for our world, frankly. So let's not be too hard on Nevada mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Other order business 15. Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also offer some of my thoughts on mining. I don't stand here today in defense of mining because of any money I might have received from mining. You can check my C&E reports, which, you know, I've received donations and appreciate those. That's not my motivation. In fact, if we're, you know, going to go down that road, the money from Bloomberg for the gun bills would be far in excess of anything mining has had influence in this building. I come to the body today about mining from a heritage. My family traded the coal mines in the late 1800s in Wales to come to Nevada, to Lincoln County, to try to eke out an existence. It's a rough life, it's a tough life, it's at the gyrations of a very volatile market. Mining is subject to the whims of the national economy and the laws that we make here in this body. I've been offended by some of the slaps at mining today. I represent 38,000 square miles in Nevada, 7 counties of which mining has a large presence. I stand here today for those in those communities that work underground, that work above ground, that work long days, that are compensated by fair companies who pay them on average $90,000 a year. Over 33,000 jobs in Nevada are in mining. And on top of the net proceeds tax, which is an industry-specific tax that only 3 other businesses pay in the state, mining also pays the modified business tax, they pay the property tax. They didn't get a tax credit or an abatement on property taxes. They pay sales tax. And then again, on top of all those taxes that go into the state coffers, they pay the net proceeds on minerals and royalties taxes. In the communities that these mines reside in, they are huge partners. They give to the schools, they buy buses for the teams, they offer apprenticeship programs, and they offer scholarships. They walk the talk. And in the vastness of the state, of which I've been over across hills and valleys, it's a beautiful green, beautiful sagebrush state. And the footprint of mining is less than 0.5% of 1% of the 70 million acres of land that we have in Nevada. And the actual usage is even smaller than that. So I just wanted to, put on the record that mining has been a great contributor to the state of Nevada historically. We are the silver state. The president needed our state for the war effort to win in the Civil War and to defeat the scourge that slavery is, and we have played a part in that, and mining was a part of that as well. So I stand here as a proud Nevadan, a proud member of a mining heritage, and grateful that the mining industry is willing to make this accelerated net proceeds payment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the indulgence.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Bilber Axelrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize that I cannot be there in the chamber, but as a third generation Nevadan, as my father was born in Las Vegas in 1938, I think I'm very aware of what mining has and hasn't done for this state. And it's high time, as Southern Nevadans especially, recognize, as we have 78% of the population, that it's time they pay their fair share. And honestly, this bill doesn't do nearly enough. Not nearly enough. So thank you for what you have to say about mining, and I'm so happy that they're here in Nevada and raise the earth. But this is our state. This is our state. This is all of our state. And they do things that is not right, and you know it. And it's high time they pay. And this isn't the end of it. Thank you.
Any further remarks? Under Order Business 15. Assemblyman Yeager, could you also just, for the benefit of the body, request that the remarks be made a part of the record?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order of Business 15, I do request that the remarks that were made become part of the record.
Thank you. They will be made part of the record. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I make a motion, I did just want to thank our staff who, as we all know, is here very late, and they stay a lot later than we do. So I wanted to thank them for their hard work and dedication. Seeing no other business before the body tonight, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Assembly adjourn until Thursday, July 16th at the hour of 10 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.